I'm ready, Caddy. I'm ready when you are. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the ACL. This is the lower finals between Conviction and Dorado Gaming White. Best of 5 to determine who is going to be making it to the grand finals to face off against Milk Esports. My name's Gordo. I am joined by a very fuzzy Jack on the broadcast tonight. Jax, thanks so much for hopping on, man.
No problem. I'm still in the festive spirit. As you can see, a little bit too much eggnog on the webcam, but we're here. We're ready. Not yet ready to get, let go of this ACL split. We've had a bit of a break, but I'm so happy to be back and ready to get with these upper finals.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna be good. It is lower finals. We are upper finals were played or not last week, but before our break. It feels like it's been all the way since last year. But we are going to indeed already qualified Milk towards the grand finals. So this is going to determine who their opponent is going to be and will eliminate the other team in third place. So with that said, let's take a look at our rosters here tonight. We'll start on off with Conviction, who I do believe are going to be beginning on the red side tonight. Their roster is going to be Tenacity, Tomio, Young, Meech, and we do know that it's going to be Duo King in at support rather than Zyko, which is the roster they've been running pretty much throughout all of playoffs here, Jack.
And it's also mostly the roster that they ran last time we watched them in the upper brackets. Tenacity came back in the end of that series. And, this is a roster that, well, not to get too into it, they're pretty happy with a majority of this roster, Conviction. And I think this is the type of team where these extra games, when you've been subbing players in and out, are going to prove beneficial, especially after a long break. They've been waiting 2 weeks to get back into this. And meanwhile, our other squad, Dorado, they've got a little bit of a squad that has played more games, going 5 against Maryville in their last game. But again, like I said, they've just kind of been sitting around waiting, and I think the pro caliber on this Conviction lineup is going to prove to be very useful in this game.
Yeah, definitely agree. And with that said, let's take a look at who's going to be facing off against them. Dorado White. It is not going to be Ariana today. It is going to be Kay, who has been playing with them up in the top lane. You may remember him from the Dark Steel Dragon Zero roster, or Dark Zero Dragon Steel roster this last year of NACL. Dardock, Aojun, Sushi, and Bounty from top to bottom. And this squad, having eliminated the other Dorado lineup and fresh off a 5-game series against Maryville, like you said there, Jack, ready and rearing to try to fight their way into the grand finals in their first playoffs matchup up against Conviction.
Yes, and while it may not have been like the Maryville we all know, it was still an extremely impressive roster that they took down. And when you have, I was talking about the pro caliber on the side of Conviction, you've got guys like Dardock. Kay has been a pro for quite some time now. Sushi has recently gotten a ton of very valuable experience, as has Aojun, in multiple leagues. I think the one obvious key factor here is going to be Bounty in the support role, up with a pretty young bottom laner on his side, compared to Duo King, who's been playing forever, as well as Meech, been an LCS pro before. So that is where a lot of my attention is going to be. And as we continue throughout the rest of the ACL, I also think that a big emphasis has to be put on some of these guys be still trying to cement themselves a spot in the upcoming ACL. I know it doesn't feel like it's upcoming because it's more than 2 months away, but they want to show that they're worth a spot and try and continue to build up their image.
We might actually have Discord break it down a little bit. So we will work on that in the background, but the Dorado White over the course of this best of 5. And yeah, Bounty coming in recently to this region, joining up CLOL, but has been playing over in CBLOL for quite a bit of time, was in CBLOL Academy for quite a bit of time. So always exciting to have new folks hopping on over.
Absolutely, and I know Kay especially might have already said, but that's a player that I'm extremely excited to watch, and the pleasure of casting them not only in some actual ACL games, but also over the course of a couple of combines, specifically, funnily enough, the Dorado Conviction Combine, where they played all but one of the games we cast. It just showed up every single game, even in losses, was performing extremely well, performing well in tank matchups and bruiser matchups, coming from behind, dominating with a lead and moving it across the map. This is a player that really wants to showcase in this spot, because with the LCS and CB LOL is not as guaranteed one as before.
Yeah, definitely. As we're going to see. All right, we're going to throw it to a quick break here, and we're going to see if we can get these Discord issues straightened out, as it is tormenting us a little bit. But you will not miss any of the gameplay. They haven't started draft yet. We will be back very shortly to get this broadcast fixed up and get things underway for tonight's best of 5. And we're back, and we're ready to get into draft. And I think we fixed what was going on with the Discord as well. So just some server localization issues that are apt to occur with the service here. But I think we should all be sorted on out. Thank you, everybody in chat, for calling out when things were not coming through correctly on your ends. As I called out earlier, Conviction going to be starting out on the red side here, and that's an interesting call. I think most teams have been choosing blue over the course of this playoffs run, and this is probably going to be one of the last comp games played on Season 2025 patch, as the new season will be hitting us on Thursday. So let's see what this is all led up to.
It really is the culmination of a year's worth of patches, an entire season. These are going to be our last Otacons. These are going to be very priceless moments we must treasure, and I love to see us ending the year the way we started it. We got Azir bans, we got Varus bans. This is a champ that he fell off a little bit later in the year, but I think Varus is still a quite strong AD carry in the meta, especially with all the fighting early on. I also expect to see stuff like Wukong, Pantheon, maybe even Nocturne, super aggressive junglers that Dardoch could easily run over a game with. And the Zyra, we learned last time, that's a Duo King angle. They don't want to let Duo King have that Zyra.
Yeah, definitely do not. And I think we'll continue to see those bans coming on throughout most of the night. Duo King definitely earned a bit of a reputation on that Zyra, and very few folks have been willing to let him have it. I think he's got one game played on it since he came into the lineup for the playoffs run, and has been finding quite a bit of success during that time. Wukong ban directed over towards Dardoch is not going to be too much of a surprise either, nor are those control mage bans directed towards Aojun. First pick Jace, though. I think this is Jace jungle for Dardoch, Jack. I really do.
It most likely has seen a ton of play since those jungle buffs came in. And the problem here, if your Conviction, is even if you find some matchup, let's say they go Malphite jungle and say, all right, let's just try and really focus this single matchup. K is an incredible Jace player. So you've now got a great flex, can still go mid. It was flexed a lot early in this year. I like the Mbessa answer, though. Does well if for some reason that Jace does go top. Also just a great blind matchup. You're getting tenacity on a champ that he's very comfortable with, and making sure that against K, who he's played up against, I'm sure, numerous times across leagues and also some of these showcases, is going to have something he's comfortable with. I think they probably go for 80 carry here. Meech on the Misfortune, very stable in lane, can get the push, has a simple job mid and late game, good fighting around these dragons because of the buffs inherently in the kit to move speed and attack speed. They want to go safe for this game one.
Yeah, definitely. And I do wonder where this Ambessa is going to end up going, because it's been a Tenacity hasn't really gotten to play it, but it's gotten banned against him a whole bunch. And I'm curious to see if they do want to prioritize this pick going over to Tenacity. It is like really in his wheelhouse, but it is also a very strong jungler. And Tomio has taken to these top laners, shifted over into jungle like none other. So I think they would definitely like to give it over to Tomio as well if they see that opportunity. Rumble locked in for K. This was his #1 most played during his time in the NACL, so not surprised to see that one come across for him. And he said they got themselves some pretty heavy poke coming in from the top jungle of Dorado. White could really start to hammer people from pretty decent range. Wonder if they're going to take some kind of engaged support here, just knowing that they're going to need it, right? They got no engage from top or jungle for now. Instead, they're going to snap up that Corki, and they feel like, hey, it's Fearless game 1. There's enough engage in the meta that we'll be able to find something no matter what Conviction bans.
I would like to see the Leona there. It is one of the lower prio engage supports, but such a good easy lane and easy mid game into the Misfortune. But Corki also does well, able to stay long range farm without worrying about getting double tapped. Also can maneuver well in these fights around the Mbessa. I love the Rumble Jace combo. A lot of people don't fully know how these Jace jungle top lane matchups and pairings work, but when he crashes down with that Q and hammer form, that slow is quite long, and being able to just put the equalizer right on top of it, you can do a ton of damage without needing to land any CC. And there is that Malphite that I called out. They decided to say, yep, no matter where you go, Jace, we have an answer for you.
Yeah, definitely. And now, this is a live flex, right? I think Malphite jungle has been the more popular position for it throughout stuff like Demacia Cup, but you really can take either in whichever lane you choose. I do think we're probably locked jungle because of the existence of the Rumble top lane. But if you do decide to swap it around, it is something that folks have been willing to do in the right situations. And if you're going to try for lane swaps or something like that, you probably don't care about the Rumble too much either way. But I think that this is most likely going to be a Tomio Malphite jungle with a Tenacity Ambessa top. With that locked in, it does mean that we have jungle top and AD for both sides, unless that Corki ends up flex towards mid for Aojun. Coming into the second phase of bans, curious what's going to get targeted. I think Conviction can really limit some of the engage opportunities for Dorado, but as we called out earlier, they're never going to be able to take them all away.
They also have to ban Sylas. So that's something that always happens, and there it is. The Malphite, it's something crazy, like 80% win rate for Sylas into Malphite. It's something unbelievable. And with that out of the way, I think now they probably want to take away what they believe to be Dorado's choice of support. With the Nautilus down, I really think Leona has to be a target here. Rel, Alistar, Rakan all have to go through the bullet time, through the Ambessa, if they want to get to Misfortune, whereas Leona, press one button, cancels it, takes her out of the fight completely. And then you still have your choice of the Ali, the Rel, whatever you want to pair up with Misfortune. I think that's probably the answer. But then you also want to protect your mid lane. They're going to go with Braum, which also makes sense. You've got a lot of hard engage. But I really wonder here, are they going to grab a mid laner blind or a support blind? They've got to blind one of them. And with all these support bans coming through, I think they'll probably lean towards that support pick, and Ahri coming through last. They don't want any more follow-up with this heavy engage they've got.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Now with the... I agree it's most likely support coming on through here. There's a lot you can go for that works just fine with the Misfortune. The Alistar going to be the selection here. Does a little bit of pre-countering towards something like a Rel from the side of Dorado. I like your shout towards the Leona. I think that's an option for Bounty here. It's one that he has played a whole bunch of as well. The Bard is up, which is interesting. It's a pick that very few are willing to leave up. I don't know if this is the composition for it, especially not with Trundle locked in, which I think...
Jungle.
Well, then that's going to push Jace towards mid, if that is what they're doing. That's certainly a spicy choice, but would be good into the Malphite. It does compromise their ability to actually take that Jace to the jungle for Dardoch, but if it's a winning draft and they feel like they can beat out what Conviction has selected, then they are going to go for it. And then this does leave support for them, and still feel like they need that engage. So I think the Leona's a good shout. I think they could go, you could just choose to rip the realm to the Alistar, counterpick be damned. They would not be the first to do that. Rakan's still going to be up and available. Where are the prios going to sit?
I think if you want to just go for the handshake, grab yourself the rel and just say, all right, whoever hits their buttons first loses, and then we just play the patience game. But at the same time, maybe you want some hard engage with this team that's a bit more steady. Rakan would be risky just because of the low health bar, but I feel like can really slingshot. Or you go as protective as you can. We're to see the Kench unbenched game 1. Want to protect all of their damage. And it makes sense. Conviction have a lot of heavy engage, but you're really leaving yourself vulnerable in some of these fights if you can't take a target out quickly.
It does, and you know, Young is so willing to play these kinds of strong side laners too. Like he'll play stuff like the Akali or the LeBlanc, and there it goes. Yeah, Conviction is gonna just try to not team fight. I think at this stage, it really does hurt the viability of this Malphite pick. But Misfortune can just sit back and clear waves, and I do think the fact that Dorado are never really going to be able to force the issue and get a good siege going, maybe somewhat of an issue for them. Maybe just the poke damage from the Rumble and the Jace and the Corki is trusted to be enough there. But, I mean, the Alistar and the Malphite will be meat shields, if nothing else.
Yeah, and when we look at this Malphite pick, I think having it on Tomio is so great. This is a type of champ that I think this player is just going to excel at. When I think Tomio, I think of the Sejuanis, the Maokais. I think of these playmaking champions who can soak up a lot of attention, a lot of damage, and facilitate for the rest of the team. And when you've got Mbessa top lane, you've got a LeBlanc coming in from angles. I mean, they have also, Meech is a great player to have as your steady player in the bottom lane. You're not counting on them to go crazy. You just need them to be like the core that you can rely on for steady damage, and that's exactly what MF does. MF's essentially just a bullet time bot in this game. Just make sure you aim it right, and the rest of them will walk them down. Young also with the potential to go crazy with no hard engage on the other team. This is gonna be a fun one to watch.
Certainly will be. I'm told we have a pause on the Rift right now to kick us off, so going to be a little bit longer before we get to the game, but should be able to follow up as soon as it is unpaused. I mean, the Alistar selection for Conviction here, I don't want to discount how good Meech and Duo King have been together as a duo, especially when they're on some of Duo King's more comfortable picks, and the Alistar certainly falls into that category. If they're able to find a solid performance in this 2-on-2 up against, the likes of the Tom Kench, I think that could benefit them pretty greatly here, and depends on how they're going to be able to play that lane out. That's going to be one thing to keep an eye on. And then the other is going to be this Jace in the mid lane facing off against LeBlanc. That's a matchup we don't get to see too much of. We need to see Young kind of return to his peak performances where he was really taking over games on a composition like this, on picks like this, when he was the NACL champion in that initial year with Disguised. That's going to be what we're on the lookout for from him, because if he falls behind in this lane, this pick is going to kind of fade into obscurity really fast, and the R5 LeBlanc kind of Conviction's big trump card in this fight.
Yeah, I love the emphasis on to Young here, because I think that is where a lot of the onus is going to fall. And Mbessa can get very far ahead, but enough to wreck a game when you've got the Rumble is going to be pretty far back to start. Same with Jace, Corki, and you're never blowing up the Trundle. So we do need to see Young find good angles, find good picks, and get some early gold and to snowball this game. But as you're saying, when Young was in the best form, he was alongside Meech, he was alongside Tomio. There is already a lot of familiarity on this Conviction squad. And I did want to look up what Aojun's solo queue record is with Jace, but as we see here, not only having the streamer mode, but also Aojun's normal tag is not something that you can search up on any of these websites. So we'll just have to hope and expect, I think, from a player of their caliber to be able to pilot this champ.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got a few streamer modes in this game number 1, Jack. That's going to be a little bit of a disappointment here, but it is the normal players that we do expect to see. We'll see if we can get that turned off for the rest of the series, but we will put up with it for game number 1. We do have this early exchange of vision here. Tomio going to be spotted up on this top side where he does seem to intend to start, and Bounty actually going to be able to make the trip over here to clear out the response vision. So it is only Young on this bottom side to cover this, so they're not going to be able to replace it. This is going to be a dark start for Conviction, actually. Dorado be able to stay in the shadows, and Conviction not going to be entirely clear what's happening.
Winning that vision trade very hard means that they are going to be able to play this bottom lane quite aggressive. Also, having this middle ward brush means they don't get jumped by the cow. They can establish some dominance pretty quickly, and once you get pushed in as Misfortune, it takes so much mana to get out of that position, and once you're down, once you lose access to that love tap, and you can't really get back the type of damage that, say, a Corki can put out with just a Gatling gun, it really does become difficult to stay ahead or even in this laning phase, as we see Young going very aggressive early, getting those electrocute procs off as often as possible. And we do see some counter jungling going on right now, taking advantage of that vision and the slow early clearing from Malphite.
Yeah, no, I really love this early game jungle plan from Dardoch and Dorado White. You really want to make sure that this jungle counter pick works out for you in spades, because you kind of sacrificed one of the, you know, premium picks in the meta in the jungle Jace in order to create this Trundle versus Malphite matchup, right? Deciding to flex the Jace back into a solo lane where, you know, it is not considered the very best in slot, and additionally giving up your opportunity to play Jace jungle, which a lot of teams in this current meta would kind of kill for. You've got to make this jungle matchup super favorable to you, and we're going to find out if they're going to be able to do it here. Tomio, wise to the tricks, is going for a little bit of a vertical jungle split here. I'm curious to see if they can use the power of this Jace from Aojun to try to actually respond to it, but as of right now, he's shoved in, Tenacity is shoving in K, and it looks like it's just going to be an even trade.
I'm not sure if they even know what's happening. I didn't see exactly where the vision was to see if they watched Tomio cross over, but I did just see a ping onto the Conviction side Wolf camp. So if Dardoch is wise to it, I think the right thing to do here is don't contest it. Go get your crab, go take a level 2 on the Wolf camp, and just try and keep the map state like this as long as possible, because Dorado has the scaling advantage. You know, if LeBlanc and Bessa do not get ahead, as very, very low Aojun in this mid lane, LeBlanc has flash up still.
Yeah, nice trade there. And now actually K getting the push up in topside, gonna get punished here by Tomio, and he's not going to have any kind of response available, so he will be going down here for first blood. Conviction and get paid off for that early vertical jungling. They are the ones who build up the advantage.
And that means that Tomio is going to be able to back in this spot, have a better first recall than Dardoch. And if he opens up right now to his own side of the jungle, could be able to contest Trundle taking these level 2 wolves, these level 2 Gromp camp. Does look like is going to concede, continue on this double, or this vertical jungle pathing, going right back to his Krugs, and makes sense. He gets his own level 2 camps with no chance of losing them. Wants to just get level 6 as soon as possible, start affecting the map.
Definitely. As they do rotate their way around after having shoved in this wave, they want to at least be able to support Dardoch in this additional counter jungling, and oh boy are they supporting him, right? There's 4 members in this blue side jungle quadrant on the Conviction side. They're getting spotted as they move back and forth in this tri-brush, so it does seem pretty clear like Meech and Duo King are aware of what's going on, and they do light that side up like a Christmas tree. It's going to get spotted, or the Tomio's going to get spotted as he moves his way down here, and it's not really going to have this kind of lasting advantage, though, at least not unless Dardoch is able to get back over and clear his own top side, which does seem to be the mission, but it might forfeit this dragon if Tomio decides to go for it.
Yeah, term I've heard quite often pro junglers use is it's not counter jungling till you take your own camps. You have to actually keep that advantage by securing your own camps, and that's why I love what Dardoch did after getting assisted by his mid and bottom lanes. He just immediately recalled and opened to his own blue jungle, so now he got Tomio's level 2 blue quadrant and he's getting his own level 2 blue quadrant. That is going to set him quite far ahead. The response will be the Infernal Dragon, which is a good one to grab of these first 2, just getting that extra little bit of damage on all of your champs. I am also looking at this Misfortune first recall. I want to see what angle we're going. Are we trying for the BF sword into Bloodthirster first? Are we going for a Yumu's? I think Bloodthirster first is an easy answer here. There's no hard engage, so the Yumu's isn't as necessary, and Bloodthirster would give you enough sustain to get through these champs that are going to take quite a while to scale up, as Tomio is looking for something to do because his camps are all down. But luckily, blue buff coming up just now.
Yeah, definitely. Bounty doing his best to hold this wave. K losing out on a one-on-one on the opposite side, though. Looks like Tenacity connected to public execution, but Duo King slowed on up. Dardoch shows up just to drop a pillar and guarantee this kill to Bounty and Sushi. He might end up stealing it for himself. Nope, handed to the Corki. Sushi gets on the board first.
That just shows the growth of a player like Dardoch. When I remember back, I was going to say earlier, I've seen Dardoch run games with a Trundle pick, but this is the growth. He's facilitating for his young AD carry to be able to win the game, scale up on the Corki pick, understands that the Trundle is mainly here to subjugate Mbessa or Malphite when they go in. Alistar, even once that Unbreakable Will is procced. Good play by the Dorado side. Also seeing, they were watching the same thing I was watching, waiting for Meech to take their first back, and caught Alistar in that desync. As we see our first components coming through. Has that Haunting Guise in the top side for K. Gonna start maybe turning these 1v1s in their advantage slightly. Some lane swaps also coming through, as we've got 6 seconds about until our grubs spawn up, and we do see the bot side of Conviction moving up. They might want to try and contest this.
Yeah, it's going to be a little late. This wave is a bit shoved in, not all the way to turret, and they will actually be able to clear it right back to get some presence back over here. Currently, K going to be without that ultimate from his brawl with Tenacity earlier. Tenacity going to be in much the same boat, but I mean, the risk of Tomio just getting in there with an unstoppable force and them layering bullet time on top of it, it's just too great. I don't think Dorado White can really contest this. Bounty going to step up and see if he can find an opportunity to at least take one grub. Knockup connects, looking for the smite, will not find it. Tomio going to be able to secure it. Shock blast over the wall, good damage on a Duo King, but Bounty takes just as much back. Sushi falling lower and lower, has to play this out carefully as Meech is standing right on the opposite side. Finally, they will finish Duo King. Tomio ults over the wall, and Dorado will get one kill in trade for the grubs.
Seems like the communication wasn't there for Conviction. Like you said, Dorado had a hard time entering, but the difference in that fight, Tenacity teleports bottom lane to catch the wave pushed into the turret, and so Awajun just TPs to the fight. Now it's a 5-on-4. They have the numbers advantage. They don't get the 2 grubs. They only secure that first one, but they get the kill onto Duo King in the pit. And I think at this point in the game, you're gonna take that. You're still scaling up. We're getting some items onto Corki, splitting focus between that Manamune and the Triforce, as well as our jungler just trying to get that first jungle item completed. Obviously the components for the Malphite going to be a lot more useful than just trying to get some of these damage item going, bruiser items going, I should say. Also, LeBlanc at this point in the game not really having access to the damage that would allow them to blow up some of these targets. But we see the focus immediately shifting back towards this bot side. As you called out in draft, Young already entering down on these side lanes, wants to control the push, get easy access for a minute. When this dragon spawns, you want to keep those things stacking. Don't want to start giving over those to the team that's going to outscale you.
For sure. And so, see how Dorado wants to play out these next couple of minutes. I definitely think they're disappointed that they don't get the majority of the grubs here. I think they wanted to be able to have that kind of ability to pressure in the side, even though the LeBlanc and the Mbessa are going to be, you know, kind of the kings of the side lane throughout the course of this game. Conviction should feel pretty good about their ability to execute on that front, but the fact that they get the additional grubs, I think, just pushes that advantage even further. And Tenacity and Young are both already doing pretty well in the laning phase. Tenacity especially. He's just going to continue to push this advantage. K just going to ult this wave and get a recall off because he realizes he's just in too dangerous of a position. Interrupt from Tenacity just makes things go from bad to worse. As Tomio's coming up here, he wants the dive. Tenacity chucking on out the public execution, and Tenacity just going to find a solo kill. Confident with the Malphite at his back.
Yep, don't need it, Tomio. Just stay back. Take your grugs. I don't need you here. Was waiting for that unstoppable force to maybe secure it, but obviously Tenacity finds the angle themselves. Only 2 champs in the game at that time who had completed items were Mbessa and Malphite, so surely would have been a kill in that situation. Just shows that early kill for the Mbessa in that first gank. It really is an advantage. You can continue to push, snowball, get ahead, and it forces Rumble. Does he want to get some early armor items like a plated steel caps or maybe even that Seeker's arm guard? If he doesn't, the Eclipse Mbessa is going to just tear through you, and we see the results of that right there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a 1,000 gold lead over to Conviction in this game, and it's pretty much all Tenacity Mbessa, you got to believe. 2-0 on this early start. Very, very strong in the one-on-one up against this Rumble. We're going to get right back into the game here. It's going to build even bigger. Tenacity's about to pick up a couple of plates. We're really enjoying the benefit of the majority of the grubs here. Tomio going to come on over, help him out a little bit. They're going to get 2 or 3 plates here, and you know, that might as well be almost another kill's worth of gold between the 2 of them.
Yeah, no teleport available for Tenacity, and with Rumble dead and having teleport available themselves means that Conviction really don't have the tempo to contest the dragon. Figure they can just get some extra damage on the turret, and great job here by Bounty roaming up so that Tomio can't get any camps either.
Now they are going to have to back away. Bounty flashing forward to get another slow off the tongue lash. He knows that he has Sushi in his back pocket. Tenacity going to flash away. So it will end up being a trade of those summoners. I think Bounty really wanted to try to gobble that guy up, get him back over into the waiting arms of his Corki, but does not end up being able to match the mobility that Mbessa brings to the table, and he's going to lose his flash for it.
Like I said, incredible roam there from Bounty. I was going to call out, if they're giving up the dragon, you want to help out, get as many plates as possible, and also he warded in the tri-brush and all over the wall on towards the blue buff to see when those camp spawns, wanted to take those away as well, but Bounty make sure that doesn't happen. And I think almost every support at this level should be willing to trade their flash and heal for the flash of the enemy top laner and the jungler's ultimate for the upcoming Herald positioning. As you see now, Bounty is just kind of playing bouncer for this Scuttle Crab take, as Tomio has their own escort as Misfortune. Difficult spot here.
Up a little far for Meech and Duo King. Duo King going to do his best to play bouncer himself, try to keep out these members of Dorado White, and they do manage to do so pretty effectively. Dardoch not going to be able to finish off a kill, and will be effectively pushed back. Going to need to take some time in the jungle to get that health back up. Seems to feel like he can just go do Krugs and kind of clear bot to top and show up in time for the Rift Herald, and he's probably right with how strong that Trundle healing can be.
And this top lane matchup is just agonizing. We see K just recalls. He was about half health under turret, gets the steel caps now, finishes that haunting, or that Leandri's Torment. Able to maybe deal some damage as Young's got to flash away. Still.
Oh, nearly is able to take him down. There's a TP coming in from Tenacity. Aljun realizes the depth of the situation he has been put into here. He's going to get cornered by Duo King. Meanwhile, Sushi and Meech in a one-on-one. The barrier for Sushi will make the difference as he secures a solo kill, but he will be executed right back by Tomio. It is a 2-for-1 cross map in favor of Conviction.
Great plays by both teams there, collapsing on the bottom side to kill Aljun after that so close 1v1. And then in the mid lane, I mean, Sushi held on to barrier for so long that I was checking to see if he even had it up and available. Meech just bit off a bit more than he could chew, and then the definition of unstoppable force is now Young in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, gonna get collapsed on by the full force of Dorado White here, and that's a nicely placed tongue lash from Bounty. Guarantees that he cannot dance around very much at all. K picks up that kill to move up to 2-2, and that will be a turret exchanged over to the Dorado side. Not think it's gonna make any difference for feats. Conviction already was able to secure those earlier, but still plenty of gold back into a Rumble that has been set behind. And note that Tenacity is already on 2 items on this Mbessa.
I was just gonna point that out and say that Conviction, if I were Conviction, I'd be sending everyone to this Rift Herald. I want to fight right now. We don't have that public execution available, but if I've got a 2-item Ambessa and the next best thing is, you know, 1 item on each of the members of Dorado, I understand that Aojun's pushing that bottom lane. No one's gonna be able to get there. I would have run down and tried to pick up a fight there. They are going to hold off, though. They want to grab that second dragon of the game. It is Ocean Soul, which would be incredibly strong for either of these teams, especially for champions like Trundle, like Ambessa, who have some sustain in their kit already. But being able to get the sustain through Ocean Soul would be extremely difficult, especially if Dorado get it. When we look at the side of Conviction, it's mostly burst damage. You have a very low attack speed 80 carry, so not going to be able to have the type of DPS you'd need to get through those health bars. And now Tenacity might have to turn this around.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to dance his way out of here. Slowed up by the To The Skies, though. Still dodging out on Shock Blast, returning a ton of damage onto Aojun, but just cannot avoid the inevitable. Dardoch will keep him chomped, keep his AD reduced, keep himself in a position where he can't fight back, and he does fall down. It's going to be a huge shutdown picked up for the Dorado White jungler, as Conviction do look to secure themselves that second dragon. Dardoch is back over towards this side of the map. Can he get over in time? They know this dragon is being worked on as they've seen their wards cleared out. Dardoch is now here. No blast cone to get over the wall, but does have the flash. It is going to be Sushi waiting up on the top side. They want to try to take this fight. Duo King gets over the wall, stops Dardoch from getting in, but that should be a free and easy kill onto the cow. Conviction going to sacrifice their support to pick on up that dragon.
That is... I think that's totally worth it. I was thinking maybe we were going to see Bounty use the Devour onto Dardoch so he doesn't have to use Flash to get in the pit. Just either spit him in or utilize the Abyssal Dive to grab him in, but makes the decision for them. Does Duo King, just boops him out, keeps him at bay, and that will be the second dragon. Great pillar there to interrupt the bullet time. They won't get the turret still. Tomio just has Unstoppable Force coming up now.
Oh, getting on in there. We'll be able to find the knock-up onto Sushi. Great damage found by Meech, but no bullet time means they can't get it through fast enough. It will be a double dive in from Young to clean up the kill, and Shock Blast not quite connecting from Aojun means that the return damage will not take anybody blinking. Equalizer thrown down on the wave. Dorado White just want to stop this fight. They want to get out of this position as soon as they can, and one more Shock Blast from Aojun should allow them to do so.
That's what I was saying earlier at that Rift Herald. If I'm Conviction, I want to fight now, even though you get the shutdown onto Tenacity. This is still a 2-item Ambessa. They want to take every fight. Great job by Tomio. Doesn't have the ultimate just quite, but knows it's coming up, so just runs towards them. Gets the knock up onto the high-value target. Make sure Sushi's out of that fight. Now as we zoom back out for a moment, about a minute and a half until our next objective. Take in all of these last Otacons while we have them. Alistar a little bit far forward here.
Bounty?
Subjugate not yet available.
Yeah, I mean, they do still have Unbreakable Will, so I don't think there's really any risk that Duo King dies here. Oh, and there is a public execution found in the bottom lane. Tomio and Tenacity will pick K off again, and this is an inner turret that's almost certainly dropping in favor of Conviction. A ton of gold to them.
Yeah, and if they are able to get to the top lane quickly, which it looks like Tenacity is focusing on, there's no response to this. Incredible job by this Conviction top jungle duo. These are the type of plays that, these macro plays that win you the mid game so hard. Being able to grab 700 gold for your team and be able to push in that bottom wave all the way to the inhibitor, it gives you easy access into Dragon. Atacon's not on the bot side, but if it was, you get that as well. You're already close to Soul Point. Makes it so easy to secure. You don't have to worry as much about the mid push. And like I said, you get that play in response of nothing. There's no concession that Dorado get except for tempo on the top Scuttle Crab. Meech doing their job, holding the mid wave in. Incredibly well done. Could get picked off here.
Ooh, Meech a little cut off from the rest of the team. Big chunk found onto Aojun, but it's not going to do much to stop this punishment from coming in onto Meech, but he does manage to walk it away, and Meech stays alive. I mean, any other composition in 2025 League of Legends, and you can't do that. There's just no lockdown on Dorado's lineup, Jack.
The strut is too powerful. Even walked back forward with Young stepping up in front to make sure they could get a couple autos off to stack up the Bloodthirster so they don't die to the Subjugate drain. Very well played. Fancy feet there from Meech, and this is very low. They are going to get the Otacon. They want to fight after.
And they're going to take it in there. A double knockup found by Tomio. Bullet time layer down on top. Sushi and Bounty on a sliver, and Dardoch's going to drop right away. Meech is already back from the earlier engagement, and Tomio over the wall alongside Duo King, lining him up so that Tenacity can knock him down. 4 already drop, and a full ace secured by Meech will make it a clean 5-0 to Conviction.
They know exactly what they have to do to win this game. They start the Otacon off of the failed pick attempt mid lane. They grab it so quickly. And then just the individual skill shown from Tenacity, from Tomio in that fight, sprinting forward. Aojun was trying to cut off those 2 damage dealers in LeBlanc and Misfortune. But this was a 3-in-1 Mbessa to start the fight. That's all the damage they need. Tears through the backline. And this is why I pointed out in this champ select about Tomio on these tank picks. Has complete confidence. Doesn't care that he's got no damage items, flashing over the wall, continuing the chase, taking everyone down. And has that Zeke's as well. I love seeing tank junglers do this. You've got so much extra economy. These jungle items, these support items, excuse me, are so cheap as you see here. Perfect bullet time as well. K did have a really good equalizer to cut off the entrance, but Tomio was just already over it. Great cancel on that Abyssal dive. Lean ace for Baron even spawns. Free soul point. Getting a bit out of hand for Conviction here.
It definitely is, and yeah, I mean the fact that actually Tenacity over the wall, getting another fight started here. Nearly one-shots Bounty, by the way. Bounty will be able to sneak his way out of here in time. There's just so much gold on the Conviction side, though. They can just rip these kinds of plays anytime they want. An Unstoppable Force is here. Sushi forced to flash it. A nice mechanical showing to be certain, but Tomio will take that trade all day, every day.
Yeah. That's a well worth summoner, as Dardoch does want to keep this fight going.
Yeah, but who's reaching Meech? Nobody's anywhere near this Misfortune, who's just unloading onto Aojun. He can just channel bullet time right in their face, and Young now looking for a little bit more of an execution. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it's immediately going to go to 2 as they find a flash kill on towards Bounty. Now moving forward, Sushi is one-shot by Young's LeBlanc, as Conviction double up on the kills, 14-7.
I see this happen quite often in pro games during the mid game. You know, Dorado are behind. They understand it. They want to try and make something happen. They see Tenacity low. They have the angle with Trundle, so they subjugate. They kill the Mbessa. Big shutdown. You still got a Fed Misfortune. You've still got a LeBlanc. Yes, Malphite doesn't have ultimate, but you have no ability to kill this tank. It's just so much damage still up and available. You pointed out how much Misfortune was answering with, and then in the end there, you see, yeah, sure, LeBlanc hasn't been very flashy this game. Young had one great play. We haven't seen much more, but it's Shadow Flame, Luden's companion. That's an absolute one-shot if Sushi steps up too far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the disengage aspect of Dorado White's comp never really got to come online because of the lead built up by Conviction, especially for Tenacity, right? There's a world where this game plays out and Tenacity's not mega ahead and Tomio was set sufficiently behind by Dardoch's counter jungling, where diving in and starting fights is not really an option for Conviction. And in that world, this LeBlanc needs to side lane and needs to be dangerous. And there's a lot more opportunities for Young to flex his muscles. But that's not the world we're living in, Jack. Conviction have such an advantage on the engaged tools that the counter never exists. There's another one just ripping the trigger every chance he gets. Tomio dives in, chunks a bunch of health out of Aojun, and there's Young to clean him up alongside Meech. 2 kills, no response from Dorado.
That was one of the cleanest baits I have ever seen. Just walks forward, and now Tenacity wants more.
Tenacity splits the uprights on the public execution, but it does not matter. still returns plenty of damage onto Sushi. Dardoch going to be similarly chunked out and forced away. And this is a freshly spawned Baron that Conviction are going to be happy to snap up.
That was just such a simple play there. You have Meech just walk too far forward. You cleared it out, so you know Dorado has no vision. They've been desperate to find a fight, so obviously they're going to pull the trigger and engage on the Misfortune. But you've got Tahm Kench waiting, you've got Malphite waiting, you pick up a kill, and getting the one pick is already enough to grab the Baron, but they keep it going. Tenacity almost kills another two. LeBlanc almost kills another, gets you the free Baron buff. Now they can reset, and they can even shift up their strategy a bit here. They haven't needed to, and it's been such a free formula. We're so far ahead. Just fight as 5. We can't possibly lose. Even if we fight as 4, we can't lose. But now with this Baron buff, they can afford to split up their focus, start pressuring these side lanes just a bit more, apply cross-map pressure, and Aojun doing what they've been doing all game, trying to sit in a side lane, get some farm, get some pressure on these inner turrets. But that's a 3.5 item Malphite jungle. This Jace is in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to step right to him here. And I think Tomio can just solo kill Aojun here. He has Unstoppable Force. He slows him up. No flash available. He doesn't even want to use the ultimate, and he doesn't need to. Tomio goes unstoppable solo kill up against the Dorado white mid laner. And I mean, if that doesn't say GG to you, I don't know what will. Conviction not even needing to prioritize this dragon because their junglers just solo killing solo laners.
Yeah, and they almost just kill Sushi. I think if Misfortune had recognized the LeBlanc damage output, could have just hit the bullet time and gotten the edge of it to deal enough damage, Sushi would have had to at least burn the barrier. But now we're going.
Tomio with a triple unstoppable force lines him up for the bullet time. Double kill to Meech. K doing his best to try to torch the wave, but he will be torched himself as soon as he comes out of stasis. Dardoch next on the menu. Public execution lines him up for the knockdown. And a full ace to Conviction once again, just as Aojun comes back to respawn. Nothing left to do for the side of Dorado. Conviction are going to walk away with a win in game number 1. They will draw first blood in tonight's best of 5.
An ace confirmed their lead, and an ace will seal this game. Young will push out his lane opponent for this series. Another unstoppable force. Keep the KDA fresh. An absolute betrayal of their MVP level jungler at the end, but still, we'll take the victory at this point. And I think it just comes down to them drafting absolute comfort in game 1. It's a great strategy, especially if you're going to take a red side for that first game. Tomio grabbing a wicked strong jungler that's right in his ballpark of champ archetype. Young getting that LeBlanc, as you mentioned, such a comfort pick. Tenacity on one of the strongest top laners in the game. And then Meech on something that you can just have in the backlines. As you saw, Meech, MF, it's hard to be flashy on MF, but did his job to perfection in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like we keep coming back to the draft, but whatever game plan Dorado White were going for with this, and you could see bits and pieces, it just did not come together, right? They needed to be able to find that early advantage. They needed to be able to control space. When you don't have engage, when you're just here kind of reining in poke damage and going for disengage, you need to be at least at parity, if not ahead, and it just doesn't happen for them. They fall behind very early, and they never really re-solidify themselves. You'd see, pre 20 minutes, they're already 6K plus behind. They're about 2K behind by as soon as turret plates are falling, and it's just not playable.
Yeah, and you really have to look at the way they're playing the bottom lane, especially. The Corki is picked with the expectation you can scale up, you can stack the tier, you get the Triforce, and then you start maybe going towards some crit items. But once you lock in that Tahm Kench, it's like, what avenues are we going to have to win the mid game coming out of laning phase? And with Tahm Kench by your side, you can get out at even and make sure you don't lose. But the answer from Conviction was just focusing on other places on the map. And I liked the counter jungle idea, throw off the Malphite, split up the map to keep your bot lane even safer. But I mean, Tomio is no rookie. He reacted immediately. He knew exactly what to do, never fell behind, didn't flinch, continued out their game plan. And speaking of, it makes me think, is Dorado going to successfully be able to pivot? Because in terms of game plan, if it's like keep Sushi safe, why is he playing Corki? And you've got Tom Kench and your vertical jungling. Do you need to keep him that safe? Like, I think Sushi's the type of player, like, you can let him loose.
I agree, and I think the identity of this bot lane for Dorado with Bounty has largely been to play more aggressively, right? It's been playing more Bards, more Leonas. Sushi's most played in this split is Caitlyn. Like, they've really been looking to play a high prio bot lane. And some of that is they've had Ariana in the top lane through most of the regular season, so they've had a little bit more of a carry top laner. K, when he's not on the Rumble, more apt to be playing, some of the tanks of the world, but I mean, you can lean on Aojun to be a carry. You can lean on Dardoch to be a carry too in the current meta. He'll bust out the Kianas. He'll play some of that Ambessa in the jungle, Aatrox as well. So I want to see some movement towards that from Dorado White. And yeah, I mean, it feels like there's so little to learn from that game number one because the early game planning just did not work out for Dorado White, and that there just weren't a lot of pathways back into the game for them from that point. So we're going to throw it to a quick break while we get ready for game number 2, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have ourselves a full best of 5 ahead of us one way or the other. Do want to give a quick shout out to Zen Market, your one-stop solution for buying products directly from Japan. They'll help you buy items from over 10,000 shops, as well as place bids on auctions on your behalf. They'll even consolidate all your items safely into one box and can ship internationally. They provide excellent customer service in 19 languages, which is why Zen Market is trusted by over 2 million users worldwide. Click the panel below the stream or check out the link in chat to try them out now. If you sign out with promo code Aegis, you'll get 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. If you decide to make a purchase on Zen Market, you could also use code Aegis25 to get 25% off your first purchase. Thank you again to Zen Market for supporting Aegis and the ACL, and we will see you all after the break.
日本限定あ全マーケットを使わった
今日は老舗をしっかり見て回らなくちゃね。
いやいや、ここはジャンル順でしょ。
名前順の方がいいんだよ。
現代か洋代の名前順？ローマ字それともひらがな？僕は色で並べるのが好きなんだけどね。全部に対応させよっか。80年代のホラーゲーをください。これでみんな幸せ。
ありがとう全マーケット
「
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL lower finals, where Conviction find themselves up 1-0 over Dorado White. We've been informed there will be no side swaps for game number 2. So running back, red side Conviction, blue side Dorado White. Let's see how the draft changes with one game of Fearless Bands in.
It's an interesting game 2 draft because for one team in Conviction, I don't really expect the philosophy to change at all. I think that they are going to stick with what's comfortable, with what is meta, with what's worked all season long for them and all career long for their players. Whereas for Dorado, I hope and expect drastic shifts where we are shifting away from these very, some scaling, some front to back team fighting. It seems like your spikes are not synced up, to maybe more of what their style is, getting, as you mentioned before the break, Dardoch on something that can control and affect the map as a threat itself. Let's get maybe a Scion, an Ornn, something stable that can weak side on the top lane. And then maybe let's get this bot lane something that can actually be proactive, find some advantages, fight these early dragons, and allow Aojun to have more of a counter rather than getting thrown on a pick later on to flex a comp-specific counter.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think of Aojun as a little bit more of a control magey guy at this point. You want to be flexible, of course, but at this point in his career and in this matchup up against Young, I think it's better to not be challenging Young on these kinds of like assassin-y versus assassin matchups. I think Young's going to win those all day long. He looks good on that LeBlanc in game number 1, which I think was one of our points to watch. I think in the series up against Milk, kind of a disappointing series out of Young, all in all. But looking very strong here coming in against Dorado White, and he's going to have to keep up that performance that they want to see a Conviction win for this entire ACL, which is, of course, all 3 remaining teams' goals. It's a wide open field. Anybody could take that grand final. Milk, of course, in the advantage, having already been waiting there in the grand and in grands.
Yep, and I think that's a matchup that we kind of alluded to, and we talked very closely when we spoke about these bottom lanes, about we have veterans versus young up-and-coming players, and in the mid lane it is no different. Aojun, in my opinion, one of the best up-and-coming North American mids against Young, who's been around forever, has had games in LCS filling in on Golden Guardians, and Aojun still kind of looking for that steady home in tier 2, had some moments here and there during NACL this year, but hoping 2026 could be the year for them. Also, I believe played a little bit in the LRN last year as well. So very experienced, and I'd just like to see them find something more standard, and with the bands looking near identical to game 1, I'm hoping that we shift our focus from that flex first pick to just a strong standard jungler, maybe like a Jarvan, a Pantheon, something very standard for Dardoch.
Yeah, and something you can say about Dorado White is they've definitely demonstrated some real deep champion pools over the course of this run, right? Bounty, Aojun, Dardoch have all played so many different picks over the course of the season that you've got to feel pretty confident that they are always going to have things in their back pocket as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless. Conviction have had some of the tighter champion pools of any team in the league, I would say. Particularly Young, who has only played 6 champions so far this season. Which, yeah, that's not very many in a full Fearless format. So one of them's already gone in the form of the LeBlanc, but he's also a player who I'm curious to see how much other stuff he's going to be willing to bust out. Duo King in a similar boat, right? He comes in a little bit later. They were running Zyko for most of the season, but he wants his Alistair, he wants his Blitzcrank, and past that, he obviously wants the Zyra, which gets banned away every game. And past that, you can feel from the drafts that they would definitely rather be on those champions than on the others. So, well, he definitely does play other stuff. It feels like Conviction are more predictable in that sense, and will be taken off comfort a lot more quickly than something like Dorado will. But here is Dorado changing the direction in the bot lane as you requested here, Jack. They are going to snap up this Yunara nice and early, one of the highest prio bot laners on the patch. And Conviction going to respond with a Talia here for Young.
Guys, Yunara, an extremely strong champ, got some buffs to the laning phase, even with that W damage increase on base power 1. also gives Sushi much more carry potential than on the Corki with some scaling insurance. I love the Talia response, though. This is a champ that can very easily halt engages, doesn't have the easiest disengage, because you want to either land that seismic shift, or you want to put down a good Weaver's Wall, but just throwing down that Unraveled Earth, it makes it so hard to advance, especially with a champ like Yunara, who wants to pop the Transcendence dash forward. And I love this Aatrox pick, because we were talking about K and what top laners they play when they aren't on Rumble or the tanks, and the thing I've seen most out of him is Aatrox when he's forced onto some of these bruisers. I would start to think about Zahan being an answer, because I've seen him play that matchup. I've seen him go to that when facing Aatrox. But we've also got, you know, pick of the litter jungle-wise. Xin Zhao is still available. Jarvan's still available, and we see the Talia that is a low mobility target. So I think Dorado's still in a comfortable spot after these first 3 picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Aatrox is going to Tomio, frankly. He's been very good on the pick in the jungle. He's looked great on it since he's joined up with this squad, with Kryra moving on to LCS. And wow, that is a Nidalee lock-in. I think that this is for Dardoch.
I hope, I pray to God it is.
But our good friend Rovex has been playing Nidalee support throughout this ACL, so it would not be unprecedented for this to be taken to another lane. I haven't actually gotten to see any of the Nidalee support games. I just know that they happened. I don't know what matchups it's good with. If Yunara would be in that category, nothing intuitively comes to mind that would make that duo particularly good. I don't know that Yunara. I mean, Yunara likes an attack speed buff, right? I suppose you do get that from the Nidalee, but we'll find out. I think the Yone lock-in for mid lane does push us more and more towards it being Nidalee jungle, as that is going to be probably snapped up for Aojun.
Yeah, and I like this Nautilus. It's point and click CC on the ultimate. I'm trying to think as well now. I think the Yunara arc that you throw out gives the massive slow. That would be good for Nidalee. Allows for good spear angles. And also, as soon as you said Rovex, I got to watch throughout a combine, and I didn't know much going into it. I knew that they had been on Blue Water for a while, and I watched it. I was like, this guy's great. So if he's playing it, it gives me some faith. But I think that Nautilus would make Nidalee's life very tough on that bottom side. I love this Yone pick for Aojun, or even for K. I've seen them play it as well. I think if you're going to play something that's a bit off of your standard, like we're saying, the control mage is usually what we're seeing, I think getting a strong champ for that other play style is good. So if you're going to go to Jace, it's kind of like this in between, like you can deal damage from range, but you still kind of got to dive to do a lot of your upfront damage. Whereas Yone has all the tools to dive in, deal a ton of damage, and still get out safely. And as we move into the second phase of bans, I am a little bit curious to see where Bounty goes here, because you have a bottom lane in the Yunara where I see so many supports go for enchanters. You want to buff up the Yunara, give it something like a Lulu, like a Nami, Milio even, and I see Yunara do so well with engage supports. This is a champ that can put out a ton of damage in the laning phase, has auto attack resets, burst damage, can continue these fights. I really want to see them go into this Nautilus head first and try and win this bottom lane.
And I beg of you, Dorado White, do not take a second enchanter support here with Nidalee in the jungle and find yourself hosed with no engage options again. Yep. I think it really cost them in game number 1. Yes, it's possible to play comps with very low engage, but just the room for error is so much lower. And Conviction clearly were able to capitalize it in game number 1, right? They did not play a clean early game last time, right? They were not able to hold down the vertical jungling. They were not able to make good on the counter jungling that they set up with Dardoch. They were losing 1v1 in the top lane. They took some bad trades in mid. It's just they're not going to be clean enough in the laning phase against this Conviction team and against the pedigree of players they're facing off against. I think to play these loaded little to no engage comps, I just don't think it works for them. There's an Aphelios lock-in. This is a pick that was big in Demacia Cup. and I think is just straight up back. This pick is insane. If you've seen Gala play it, oh boy, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, go Google some highlights. This pick can be very, very strong, and it's also an old classic for Meech. I'm very excited to see him pilot it.
I've always felt this Aphelios champ should have never fallen off the way it did. You get so much stats late game without having to expend really any gold for them. It's a champ that, as long as you can stay steady and not fall behind, can do so much, especially when you have damage in other places like mid lane, like the jungle, as you mentioned. Love the Cassante for K. We're back on comfort. And then I was gonna say Nico's still up and available, one of the strongest champs on the patch. Gives you lane dominance, but also gives you engage. Good matchup into Nautilus because you can block the hook with your clone. Also doesn't get interrupted by Talia. I was looking at the list of supports with Alistar out and the Leona Rel bans, you really have no more engaged support options that are tanks, so I like that pivot, and Zahen will go alongside Aatrox here. I think that's a great matchup into Cassante. You don't have as much kill threat early because Cassante can kind of just pathmaker and tank through all of your stuff, but that is a safe lane for Zahen to just kind of farm up, get to these team fights, and he can dive into the Nico with his ultimate, immune from that Pop Blossom, and continue dealing damage onto the backline. Once again, Dorado wants to fight. They want to go forward. They have a couple more tools this game, but it's going to be a lot of mechanical necessity for them to come out on top. When you've got point-and-click depth charge, you've got the Unravel Earth going down, you've got to get through 2 frontline bruisers with lifesteal. Going to have to be a good showcase from Dorado to take this one.
Yeah, and you know, after those last rounds of nerfs to the Zahen, I think this is a pick that people will get used to it once the competitive season, you know, starts in earnest, right? Most people aren't watching your Demacia Cups. Most people aren't watching your Kespa Cups. Most people aren't watching your ACLs, though we know all of you at home are. I really don't think that this pick is one that you want to be kind of blinding or playing in like carry v carry matchups. I think you want to weak side this champion against a tank like Cassante and be able to come in later on and at least have enough farm to where you can threaten to stack up your passive and get the res off. I think that's really what the Zahen gameplay comes down to, and what makes a good versus bad Zahen game and composition. Can you get your items without falling tremendously behind in what is a relatively weak early game? And can you threaten cultivation of war as necessary to force your opponent into bad decisions? I think this is one of those drafts. I'm excited to see this one out of Tenacity here, and I think getting to pick it into the Cassante feels very good.
Feels good into the Cassante, certainly, but I am a bit worried for how he's going to get those stacks mid-game. Your only real consistent targets are going to be Yone and Cassante. Is he going to be able to get all the autos necessary? We'll see. Bounty had a, you know, it's hard to really blame someone playing Tom Kench for having a quiet game. There's not much you can do on the champ. Now on, in my opinion, the best support in the pro game right now, this Nico. You've got range damage, you've got engage, you've got CC, you've got deception. There's everything you could possibly want. And alongside that Yunara, you have not only the ability to lock someone down and give Yunara those attack resets, but also can pump out damage so that she can sit back, just farm up, gather their own stacks. We've got the cultivation battle in this game between Yunara and Zahen. I just realized they really back-to-back champs used cultivation. Real original, Riot.
I choose to believe that was a thematic choice because they're like, you know, they're associated with each other in lore. I don't actually keep very close tabs on the lore anymore, but I don't know. I saw the cinematic. They know each other or something, right? There's something like that going on here. So I'll call it a thematic mirroring rather than laziness, but yeah, cultivation of spirit, cultivation of war on either side here. And Tenacity getting an early level advantage, finding himself a solid trade into the Cassante. Yeah, Zahen just doesn't get to do this against like strong laners. So very good matchup here for Tenacity that he's going to be plenty happy with.
Yeah, because normally if Zahen uses that rush forward, you just walk up to him and fight him. But Cassante does not have access yet to much damage. Does have that Pathmaker interaction I spoke of. You can avoid a lot of the damage, a lot of the fighting on Zahen's terms. But we saw it last game, and we're seeing it now. Tenacity, an extremely confident player. And, you know, to zoom out on a just player level, this is a guy who's had an extremely tumultuous career at no fault of their own. So makes me very happy to see Tenacity still showing up in series, in leagues, playing with confidence, playing well. And, you know, going into next season, another player that I think every NACL team, every ACL team should have their eyes on as a mainstay in that top lane.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Tenacity lands for 2026. You know, he's a name that was supposed to be on that roster that was briefly announced for Polestar that ended up not actually getting to play. The one with you know, Toasty and Kryra and Cryogen on it. And, you know, notably, that roster did, in fact, send, even though that roster itself never actually got to play, or, you know, they got to play a bit under the Dark Zero name, under Dark Zero Light. They got to play a few regular season games. Even though that roster never actually got to come together in earnest, that roster did still send multiple players to LCS in Kryra and Cryogen. So was definitely a very talented team that, you know, in another world is maybe contending for promotion. Didn't work out that way. And, you know, guys like Spawn and Tenacity definitely feeling a little bummed about that. But still a player that definitely, you know, has still got the juice, has looked very good in some of his recent showings, both at the ACL and NACL levels. So very curious to see what we're going to see from him in this next year. And, you know, getting to up some stock here in ACL always feels good. So there's a good trade on to Duo King for Sushi and Bounty. They might just take this all the way. This guy does not have Aftershock, and they're going to extend the trade on to Meech instead, who will be forced to use the barrier. Low health bars for both Conviction bot laners. Bounty and Sushi just outplay him in the 2-on-2.
What I'm saying, man, why would you just throw a Lulu next to him when you can take some damage and run down these 2v2s? It was a decent attempt by the Conviction bottom lane. Has that Gravitum, maybe can get a lockdown on one of these guys, but I think they got a little bit greedy. Nautilus tried to throw a hook over to Yunara so they could get the both of them, but ends up getting neither of them. And June very low. That was risky.
Yeah, I mean, procs some rocks coming out, procs some rocks going back, and very nearly falls down. But you know what? He does successfully navigate his way out of there. Sushi taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane, by the way. He is the only one of the 4 bot laners that had to use Flash in that extended trade. So maybe just pushing a bit too far with that advantage. Dorado White are going to get forced out of lane. Sushi is going to be the one who does get to clear out the wave before he recalls, but Meech and, or rather Meech and Duo King are the ones who get to recall second. So they have a slight bit more gold to spend.
Top lane, a lot of action. K went back, got the Bramble Vest, so no more getting bullied. Has some amount of agency here. I love this first back from Meech. I think Aphelios is a champion not enough people take advantage of the uniqueness of, and because you're getting so much attack damage just from leveling up what is essentially your Q, you are able to just go for something like Berserker's Greaves and not fall off damage-wise. I mean, even with Yunara going for that recurve bow, if Yunara had gone for the damage-dealing component of Kraken the Slayer, still would be comparable thanks to the innate AD gained, and you're still getting a ton of attack speed as well as running them down. It is Gravitum and Crescendum, so not a ton of damage coming through on that combination, as All Out has been procced.
Yeah, K used All Out there, but Tenacity going to be able to res back up off the Cultivation of War, and he's got his boy Tomio in his back pocket. Aojun chasing down onto Young, forces out the flash. And Young is now going to be up here. There's now 3 members of Conviction collapsing around K. Tenacity still at so much HP thanks to that passive earlier. And K just going to try to take as many minions as he can before he drops down. But even that he can't accomplish. It's first blood to Tenacity.
Aojun did a ton of damage to Young in the river, but doesn't get the kill. And Young's like, yeah, I'm going this way anyway. So you can kind of follow me for a little bit, but you're snapping back. great job getting that kill top side. Give it over to Tenacity as well. I mean, you saw how well he did last game when he got an advantage through this laning phase. So hopefully, if you're a Dorado fan, that is not the same fate in this one, as we are now seeing a bit of a return to these lanes. Dardoch, a very vet jungler, as we've been saying, on the Nidalee. Bax has a Dark Seal. I love seeing this. I don't think enough junglers do this when they're playing an AP champion. Obviously, when you start jungle item, you're getting no stats on anything. But if you're playing an AP jungler, what you can do is you can clear one quadrant as your first thing, back with 350 gold, buy a Dark Seal, and then go clear your other quadrant. You have it as soon as possible, gives you some ability power, allows you to win some of these skirmishes earlier around some of these smaller jungle objectives, as we do have a bit of a lane swap, or at least a side swap, and Dorado did clean up that first dragon.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be able to clean up these grubs too. Dardoch already on that side of the map. Tomio is opting to counter jungle instead, which I do think he'll be successful at. Gonna always have to try to take whatever kind of in-ways in to take extra camps you can in a matchup against the Nidalee, who is pretty much going to outfarm just about anybody with how far and how fast she can move around in the jungle and clear it. But I do think Dardoch will be able to secure these for his squad, as there is an ultimate drop by Tenacity. K might be up too far here again. Tomio coming out of the enemy jungle, not something the K was ready for. Goes in for the all-out, looking to be able to finish off Tenacity, but he just dies too fast. Tomio gets his first of the game.
That's such a tough angle, because once he goes all out, K has a ton of damage, but if he goes towards the Hen, about one auto attack away from getting the Cultivation of War, so it doesn't matter if you get the kill, he's going to revive. Has to try and turn, get onto Tomio, maybe try and get towards the tower. So what started as just a counter jungling effort from Tomio turns into another kill for this top jungle combo. Heads back over to his own jungle, grabs some of their own camps, and having a completed item potentially on your Zahen and Aatrox by the time this second dragon spawns, it means that you're probably not going to see a contest out of Dorado Gaming White, but it also means that this unfortunate set of circumstances we've seen for K can just continue. They can focus down this Cassante over and over and over again, and worst comes to worst, they just bring Young over with the Weaver's Wall and allow Aphelios to stack up quietly on a side lane. Everything is going Conviction's way so far.
Yeah, I think Dorado did a good job of controlling the objectives, and they've nullified any CS advantage that Young got from the range advantage in the mid lane. But that's kind of all they've gotten for themselves here, so definitely going to need to be able to make good on these minor advantages that had built up for Aojun and Sushi and Dardoch, and try to make sure that that Nidalee stays ahead of the pace of the game. A 15 CS lead, pretty good. Going to probably be pretty close to a half a level as well, but definitely going to need to push it a little bit further if you want to actually turn that into a snowballed game of League of Legends. About a minute to go on this next dragon. You know Dorado's going to be there on the timer.
Pretty big item completions coming through, as I mentioned. Here's Tomio, just keeping control on this Cassante. No completed item yet. We do have Proto Belt out of Nidalee. Finished their Kraken Slayer, nearly completed for Sushi. But on the other side, have that Seraph's Embrace, or that Archangel Staff, excuse me, stacking up, looking for its Sundered Sky completed for Tomio. Almost a Triforce on the Zahen. This is getting quite difficult to contest, and with 30 seconds on the dragon, we do have Nico on this bottom side, as well as Dardoch, trying to get some pressure going here, but recalls came out of the bot side of Conviction. They're heading down as well. Might have our first 5v5 of the game, unless Key decides to try and stick topside for these plates. No chance Dorado can win a 4v5.
Yeah, and I mean, K is not making the move down here, but Tenacity isn't either, actually. Tenacity TPing to respond. Here's an engage force right onto Tomio. Ultimate's layer down on top of the Aatrox. Pops the World Ender, but will be melted down fast enough. Aojun, the one who claims that kill. K now trying to proxy, quickly going to discover the error of his ways, as Tenacity has completed a Trinity Force, and I think Tenacity is going to get this solo kill off unless K can pull out some magic. Not at all. Feat of Warfare goes the way of Conviction as Tenacity claims the kill, but Dorado will get themselves onto a second dragon.
Yeah, it's pretty decent for Dorado, all things considered. Yes, you do have Tenacity continuing to just wreck shop in this top lane. But on that play, very good decision making out of Dorado. They understand that in a 4v4 straight up, they do not win. Too many completed items for the side of Conviction. This Aatrox, even only getting one auto attack off once that World Ender procced, you saw how much healing they got from that Sundered Sky auto, plus the Dark Deathbringer stance passive. It would have been so difficult in a full-on fight to kill that, but they see the pick, they've got the ward in the side brush, and they commit all of their ultimates. So well done. Not enough teams recognize that, you know, it's worth it to blow a lot of these cooldowns if you're going to guarantee to get the objective. So Pop Blossom into the Fate Sealed, grabs them that one, and now Tenacity continuing to push this advantage on the top side. Tomio doing a great job hovering to make sure that Tenacity can push up as far as possible.
Definitely, and you know, just kind of fully sacking the Cassante here are Dorado White, which is fine. They can't afford to just have him be their, you know, tanky frontliner and not much beyond that, but definitely do need to make sure that they are going to still be able to deal with the Zehen and that they don't fall too much behind to where he just gets blown up in one rotation. So far, though, continuing to secure the objectives, continuing to try to get themselves the cross-map advantage, and so far not really sacrificing too much gold to be able to do it. It is also a race for first turret to determine who gets the feats this game. It does potentially give a chance for Dorado to secure it here if Conviction can't stage a real defense. Spear connecting onto Meech going to make that task even harder.
And to make things fair, I complimented the itemization as that's the real Nico.
Oh, Duo King finds a snag onto the stealthed bounty, and he's gonna die for it, but in from the flank comes Aojun, and there's just too much extra combat power on the side of Dorado White. They wipe the fight and get 3 right back.
Aojun heard us say that he's a control mage player. That Fate Sealed was incredible, gets into so much damage, and you see what Yunara is able to output once that Transcendence is activated. Tears through the Aatrox, then the Aphelios. So well played from Dorado. Got the fight
doing it again, by the way.
Desperately needing, pushing Young out of lane now. And after all of that, yes, they get the pick onto Nico. Very well done. But as I was going to say, great itemization. I love that Bounty just went Redemption. So many Nikos are going to go full AP here, go for the Proto Belt, go for the Zhonya's, but you've got a Nidalee jungle, you got Yone mid lane, you've got so much damage already. Just go full support. It doesn't matter. Your strengths in your kit. Tomio!
Tomio over the wall, snags away the Rift Herald, but can anybody get the eye? Tomio's going to fall down to Aojun. Duo King is in there, but now he's in a 1 versus 3 and will fall down before too much time. K going to flash back over the wall. Sushi, 1 or 2 autos away from taking out Meech. Won't be able to do it, but now can just take the fight front to back as Tenacity doesn't have time to stack up the Cultivation of War. And over the wall comes K to lock down the rest. A double kill to Sushi, a double kill to Dardoch, and an ace for 0 to Dorado White.
So much damage on this composition. K doesn't even really need to do anything but absorb abilities, and you've got Nidalee, Yone, and most importantly, this Yunara champ doing so much AoE damage throughout the team. And this Kraken Slayer first, when no one on the enemy team really has much armor built up yet, it just allows you to do so much. And the positioning here, obviously it's a great steal from Tomio, but Bounty being already behind the pit is so good. Young just in a really tough position. Hey, using that Pathmaker to avoid the damage, and right here you see no more CC available, so Sushi has nothing to inhibit him going forward, putting down so much damage. They get all the kills. Yes, they lose the eye, is in Meech's pocket, but I think we'll take 5 kills for that.
Absolutely. And, you know, Conviction, they have all the pieces there for their team fight, but it all happens in the wrong order. You need the Aphelios and the Sehen there right at the start to stack up Chakrams and Cultivation of War, respectively. They don't get the time they need to do that, and so when they're left to actually fight up against Sushi's fully stacked up Yunara with the ultimate running, they just get demolished and can't really return back any damage in any meaningful way. Very well played by the Dorado White crew, and now they've got that early advantage and snowball that they were looking for. There's a TP coming in. The turret dying will not interrupt that. Aojun arrives to the scene. Tomio, just an inch away from death, will end up falling, trading his life for the tower, and now Tenacity caught on the wrong side of the tracks, trying to TP out. Can Bounty find him with a Tangle Barbs? No, he cannot.
Yeah, that's an example of just, I am not a pro player. I do not know whether or not that was worth. I recognized it as at least very disrespectful that they just run down the top lane, and even with the TP are like, well, we're just gonna get the turret. They do have objective bounties on, so that does mean extra gold.
Oh,
now catching on Young.
I think Kate called that out. I think he grabbed him with the Pathmaker, if I'm not mistaken. That is a sick move there. I wonder if we can get a replay on that. I'm gonna ask Prod if we can make that happen, but what a prediction, what a call out there on the cast of the ultimate from Young, from K, if that is the case. And the side lane pressure from Aojun going to force multiple members to come respond to him. Tomio does get the cutoff. He's going to get pulled back in, and I don't know if Aojun can get out of this without ultimate. He does have access to his flash, and actually Dardoch and Sushi are here. He's going to turn back around and try to be the aggressor. Gets the knockback onto Duo King. There's going to be the throwdown from Meech of the Rift Herald. Hopping right into it is Tomio. Will he go for the crash here, knowing how many people are waiting for him on the other side? He's about to take so much damage for this. Tries to dash back away. Dardoch waiting on the opposite side. Here comes that damage, and Tomio will die in trade for another tower.
I mean, that seems to be the MO in this game. Tomio has died for tower twice now. Duo King looking for an angle. Pop Blossom.
Wow, the slow there from that Chakram out of Sushi just opens up the door for a flash Pop Blossom out of Bounty to pick up Meech. And down it goes Tenacity in the same moment. Sushi has to flash back away there in just the nick of time and will keep his life. 3 members of Conviction fall at the end of the day, and all they get is the mid-outer turret.
It is a flash trade from Sushi and Young, and I think that you'll take that, obviously, thanks to having a dash.
Thank you, Caddy.
And Caddy, the GOAT, as always, teleports down to join up with Dardoch, as you said. And then just in this position, as Talia just puts up those 2 Tofus, smashes right in. And then, again, your incredible weak side top laner doesn't even try to get the kill. Just lets his damage-dealing jungler have it. 22 stacks on the Medjai. Zhonya's just now completed. We've had so much flash with Sushi's plays and Aojun's plays. There's a 6-0 and 5, 700 bounty Nidalee on this squad, being piloted by someone who's played this game for over a decade professionally. If they manage, and by they I mean Conviction, to even take down Sushi or Aojun, this Nidalee could really wreak havoc. And you see, Duo King hits a great hook there, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, no, Aojun just returning more damage than he takes, and he can threaten to regen back up as well. As meanwhile, Dardoch taking the fight to Tenacity on the opposite side. Tomio going to flash forward, sees his chance, but Aojun snakes his way back over the Weaver's Wall. No such luck for Sushi, who does get caught by the seismic shove, and the loss of Yunara very well could cost Otacon here. Dorado White down their marksman, who has so much of the gold built up inside of him. Are they still going to try to take this? They can at the very least continue to threaten and poke from Dardoch, but potential game throw here if they try to full send it onto this Otacon and they can't find the fight. Dash in from Aojun. He's forced to return back to his soul. K brawling with Tenacity on the opposite side, going to take the all-out away from him, looking for a solo kill of his own. Revenge for the laning phase. Flash away from Tenacity, but K will finish him off. Pop Blossom now found onto 3. Bounty looking for an opportunity in this fight. Dash forward from Dardoch, takes down the support, goes into the stasis to stay standing. Over the wall goes Aojun to execute Young. Otacon going lower and lower, but this time it's for Dorado. Dardoch will secure it in 4 versus 5. Dorado turn the fight back and claim an ace.
I said it. during the intro to the game. Bounty is the one with my eyes. He gets the incredible Pop Blossom onto 3 and then follows it up with the 3-man Tango Barbs, allows Dardoch and Aojun to put out so much damage. And you see here, the Tango Barbs goes wide. Bounty just waiting for their moment. They see Meech and Young behind the wall, but as soon as 3 targets get in their range, all in a row, Tango Barbs hits all 4 of them even. And Aojun doesn't even have to get in there till the very end to finish off Young. Such a good play by Bounty. Showing up, might be the least experienced in terms of tier 2 play in this lobby, but just made an enormous play there.
And what a run here for Dorado in that fight. Oh, a capture from Aojun. Just rips the Fate Sealed onto Tenacity and does just that. Dardoch should be able to outrun Tomio up this top side. And actually, who's hunting who? As K is looking for Tomio. He'll be able to jump away with the World Ender. But, and you know, I'd be curious to see that last fight from Conviction's perspective as well. I do think that they played enough with the vision going back over the Otacon wall to obscure which Nidalee was real and which one was Bounty. And I think they just lost track. I don't think they were ready for Bounty to come in with a Pop Blossom from that position. I think they thought he was Dardoch. And now this extra dive just coming through. Nice and easy run for Dorado, who have got such a lead at this point that if they find a fight like that, they're going to take it every time.
And they do get the kill. Return onto Nico. 4-man depth charge was landed in that little dive, but as you were, I mean, alluding, it's just so far ahead. And when you've got a Fed, you got a Fed Yanara, a Fed Nidalee, a Fed Yone, it's like, what do you really do? Mid lane inhib turret taken. Dragon soloed by Aojun. That is Chemtech's soul. It's going to be even more difficult to take down some of these members. And considering they only have 1 tank, who, by the way, since this is Cassante, he is very strong all of a sudden despite a weak early game, but I don't think he's strong enough to get out of this.
Yeah, the question is what they're going to lose on the opposite side, right? Aojun is going for the push here, and K is actually buying a lot of time. Got a decent all-out angle. 4 members taking all their time to try to pick K here, the 2 and 3 Cassante. Shut down gold over to Young, but they're going to lose a bot lane inhibitor for this. No way Meech is defending this.
Oh, not even trying. He's not even like circling
Nor
over.
should he. He'll die.
Yeah, he's just he went to his Nexus turrets. He's like, I'm not even trying to get anywhere close. And Tomio, once again, is caught out in his own jungle.
Yeah, Bounty calling over Sushi and Dardoch here, just being like, guys, I'll take anyone. It's fine. we can fight Tomio here, and they will continue to rain it through. Tenacity coming in on the side. Actually, Sushi in a little bit of a dicey situation, flashes over the wall, and will be able to take out Tomio. Here comes Tenacity to try to keep the fight going, but Sushi takes on all comers and comes out on top. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Bounty keeping the attention of both Young and Duo King, trying to buy time for Dardoch and Aojun to give them the backup that they need, and Bounty gonna claim a kill for himself in the midst of the chaos. This is another opportunity to bust open the base on an extra front for Dorado as they take 4 lives.
That felt like one of the biggest homie fights I've ever seen, where it's like, hey, like you say, Bounty's like, hey guys, I found someone over here, and so you've got Sushi coming over, and then Dardoch comes over, and then they realize, oh, we don't have enough, so then Aojun pops on over, and they say, oh, we'll just clean this up. Able to get 3 kills in the end. They should wait 5 seconds. Up, nope. Screw you, Sushi. You're not playing well enough to have Baron. So they are just going to have that on 4 members. That should be enough to open up the map. K already pushing in that top side. Didn't have to go do much, and just going to be so much more difficult to protect the base now that that Baron buff is active. And they already were having quite a hard time, so spells the end, I fear, for Conviction.
Should be taking a little bit of extra time to close this one out, but actually it's 26 minutes. I mean, it's not actually been that long of a game. It just feels that way with the over 1 kill a minute pace that Dorado have kept. And yeah, despite a quieter start, it's 25 stack Magi's Nidalee. Dardoch has understood the assignment, and he has passed with flying colors. Now here's another pick onto Tomio. There's just nowhere right to go, and Haojun gliding through this fight, picks up 2 and jumps back to his soul. Meanwhile, K now in a 1v1 with Meech. Duo King going to try to make that an unfair fight. Meech doing his best to try to fight back, but will be finished off with another extra little bit of damage from
meanwhile
of Bounty. And there's Sushi ending the game alongside Dardoch at the same moment. That is a win for Dorado to tie us up at 1-1. We've got a series on our hands, Jack.
Yeah, great response in that game. And it's funny, they took so many great notes from Conviction's first draft. They just grabbed a lot of comfort. If anyone's seen Sushi streams, this guy's spamming the Yunara, loves playing it. Bounty has the strongest support in the game, being able to pilot there. K is back on comfort on that Cassante, fell behind early, didn't matter. Obviously, Dardoch should be comfortable at this point on every single champ, shows great mastery on Nidalee, getting kills without having to really exert even much effort. Just a clean performance, winning everywhere they can on the map. And it does show a little bit of red on that gold graph, but it was extremely even. And then it just exploded wide open for Dorado Gaming. That's how you get your confidence back after a pretty lame game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, that lead was all on tenacity here, which feels like it's got to be the place to look if you are Conviction. This needs to be the tenacity show, right? He's doing so well in these lanes, putting himself into really favorable positions. Tomio's been able to just farm K up here. His tenacity is able to manipulate the waves and create these really easy gank positions. Tenacity is also able to just find these kills on his own. I think getting tenacity onto more of these carries, which we know that he plays plenty of, is going to be a great recipe here for Conviction. And I expect to see them double down on this more, especially now that K loses access to the Cassante.
Yeah, they still have a few options left, things like the Scion, like the Ornn, and I think this has to be the plan going forward for them, a facilitating tank top laner that can weak side. It doesn't matter, as we saw in this game, doesn't matter how far behind K gets on this, he's gonna show up, dealing more damage than the uber-fed 25 stack Nidalee jungle, and then giving Dardoch something where he can really take control, win these fights, be present in the team fights without being mostly facilitative or bruiser in style. Stuff like you mentioned, the Kiana, even stuff like Nafiri, I think would work really well here. With Jarvan being one of the better junglers left available, Nafiri would slide in very well. And then this bottom lane, I think aggression was the answer. They pushed in all game long. They were tower diving. Sushi was doing it all. Bounty was able to roam the map. Love this direction for Dorado.
I do as well. And yeah, I think they show a lot more of the style that has gotten them here in this game number 2. And now got a series on our hands, looking like it could go either direction. It's a best of 3 from here on out. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for game number 3, but don't go anywhere, as Dorado and Conviction will face off for the 3rd time tonight as soon as we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL lower finals, where Conviction and Dorado are tied up at 1-1. It is a best of 3 from here on out to find out who will be facing off against Milk in the finals. And so far, been really strong games for each side through the first 2, Jack.
Yeah, and as we've been talking about throughout these first 2 drafts, seems like both teams have found their style now. And I think even in this game, it was just a couple mispositionings, maybe some miscommunications in some key fights that allowed the snowball to roll for Dorado. So both teams knowing what their winning strategy is, and champs are still available that are very strong to facilitate both those styles. We've still got a lot of heavy damage dealing junglers, still have a lot of tank weak side tops left available. The only area of concern for me at this point is the support pool, because if we have another game where Leona and Rel are banned, the engaged support pool is very thin. Rakan is there, but it's squishy and risky. And then you've got stuff like Poppy, which is, you start to ask, like, where's the practice at for Poppy support? Have they played enough of those games? Do they know the angles? Do they know how to pilot it without a lot of econ? I need to keep seeing out of Bounty, because we know Duo King has stuff to fall back on. You know, the Zyra is going to eat bans the whole series, but the Blitzcrank is still there. So it really, I loved the Nico performance, but I still got eyes on Bounty.
Yeah, definitely a great Nico performance from him. Yeah, I love to see these players from CB LOL and such come on over and play on North America. We've been getting a lot more players from some of the other regions coming in to participate in CLOL, and particularly in positions of need in this ecosystem, like support right now, where we've had a lot of turnover over the course of the last year or two. It's very good to have a player like Bounty showing on up. He's definitely on the short list for me of players who may very well make an appearance in Tier 2 in 2026, with some more faces exiting the support pool. But yeah, he's been great so far this ACL and in this series. I think that Nico game, a great cap off to show what exactly I'm talking about there. And he's still got stuff like his Bard available in the pool coming in through the rest of the series. So he is not done with unique champions for himself. Not that the Bard is especially unique these days, but definitely a pick where he can show off a little bit of himself and play some other unique stuff that aren't really very popular around the rest of the league either. He'll play Morgana support, which you don't see too much of these days. He'll play Zillion, which you don't see from too many players either. And if this is going to be a series that goes the distance, which it's at least going to 4, we may very well get to see some of those picks come on out. That's a nice early Cho'Gath ban from Conviction, perhaps paying some respect to Aojun's Cho'Gath mid.
Also, I've seen Dardoch play it in the jungle. It's also a tanky top laner. Also, maybe giving a shout out as Conviction, maybe some foresight. But for now, Cho'Gath off the board. I think if I'm Conviction here, one of the strategies I would look for right away is banning a support in these first 3 and trying to grab maybe Rel or Leona with this first pick. That way, you're not even waiting for that second rotation. You're pinching Dorado to a point where Bounty is going to have to pick it up in that first 3. That changes potentially the way you look at your draft. Once you get past the first 2 games, are usually pretty standard meta picks or very standard just countering lanes. Now, once you get into turn 3 or game 3, excuse me, you want to start thinking, how can I affect the coaches? How can I affect the drafts? How can we find ourselves a winning position throughout the champ select? While we still have some strong stuff up and available, especially in the jungle, we've seen a lot of unique picks, a lot of these flexible junglers coming through. So that means Xin Zhao, Wukong, Jarvan, Pantheon, all of these champs still up and available.
Yeah, still plenty of really powerful junglers in particular still around here. The Kiana, still one we haven't gotten to see tonight. That's been a big pick for Dardoch all season long. Haven't gotten to see the Wukong yet. That's definitely going to be on the short list for both of these players. So I've definitely got my eyes on that one. The Jarvan, like you mentioned, I think jungle going to become a real contest as we get a little bit deeper. We might get to see those picks traded, but if we don't, if the last ban comes on through, or if there gets to be a chance on the phase 2 turn to snag one of them and ban away some of the others, I think it could give a big edge to either Tomio or Dardoch here. You know, two of the most talented players on the Rift tonight, going to be the junglers for each respective position, so, or each respective team. So really curious how that's going to shake out for this game number 3. Poppy going to get banned away here as well. We haven't yet seen that Zyra ban from Dorado White as they move over to the red side for the first time this evening. I wonder if it's going to end up coming through, or if they are more concerned with pinching the pool differently.
Also, so yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure Aurelion Sol is gonna get banned in this spot. It is the Aurora, which is an Aojun champ. Seen them play it previous. The Varus ban comes through. I was gonna mention, I think we're gonna have a trade coming through here. No Azir ban this time. It is up and available, and I feel like if you play, I know that we're talking about Young having a small champ pool, but if you're playing at this level, you have to play Azir. So I'm figuring it's in it. One of the strongest champs in all of League of Legends, constantly present. And now Conviction have that scaling insurance already. I like the Ziggs answer, though. It allows you to not need to rely on your support engage to do so much in the laning phase. Ziggs can be so simple bottom lane, and also a very, very viable mid lane, especially into Azir. I still think support should be a focus early on, but with Poppy out of the picture, you gotta imagine that Conviction want a dashing jungler, and finally someone will grab this Wukong, and it's gonna be Dardoch.
Yeah, great pick for Dardoch here, and I think you're on the right track with that Ziggs mid shout out. I think this is going to be Ziggs mid into the Azir. I think it's a great selection. It's a great counter pick, right? We've gotten to see it across the world on the current meta, right? People are willing to take the Ziggs into the Azir if they find themselves with the Orianna banned away. And I think Aojun should be able to, at the very least, keep the matchup relatively even as long as he plays back to safe range, shows respect to the Xin Zhao that did just get locked in for Tomio. Going back to some more traditional jungle roots here with a pick that has been a staple of the meta throughout all of 2025 and beyond. Now Conviction going to end their first round here. Like you called out, there is a chance to secure a priority support here with mids and jungles, or we suspect mids and jungles on both sides, and they will take the Bard and give it on over to Duo King.
Yep, you've got a low mobility mage on the enemy team, as well as a hard diver on the Wukong. Those are two easy targets for that Tempered Fate. Also, Wukong, very difficult time with that Cosmic Binding. You're essentially giving over a free stun angle. And I like the Leona pick as well. Azir is quite a slippery target, but if you proc up that Q stun onto Azir before they shuffle, you can stop him right in his tracks. Very well done. And as you're saying about that Ziggs pick mid lane, these artillery mages just do so well against Azir because they can farm and poke without having to ever get in range of the soldiers. So I think when we see people go towards stuff like Xerath, Vel'Koz, you're not adding enough use to your team to justify that winning lane. But something like Ziggs, you've got a near global ultimate that can deal so much zone control, great objective fighting. And as we move into the second phase of bans, the Jack's going away right off the bat. Something Tenacity I have seen play a lot of. One of his most comfortable champions. I'm also thinking in a game like this, some dive-heavy top laners for Tenacity. Stuff like Camille also comes to mind here, because Bard allows you to play so aggressive with the Tempered Fate in mind. Like if I go a little bit too far and I'm ahead of my team, Bard can buy you a lot of time to get back in position.
Yeah, the Gwen ban is interesting here. I wonder what they're thinking about for Tenacity to where they want to try to take that option off the board. The Jax ban certainly makes sense, and they could take another carry off the board, but Tenacity's got plenty of them, right? This season, he has played the Camille, he's played the Fiora, he's played the Riven. He'll bust out stuff like that. I don't know exactly which one they're leaning towards. I don't think the Gwen ban alone really gives us a whole lot of intel there.
I think it's Yorick. Because the Cho'Gath ban as well with the Gwen, I think it's Yorick.
It could be. Yeah, definitely could look for the Yorick here. Feels almost like a waste of an Azir, but I think you definitely can go for something like that. Would be a first for Tenacity on the season, but that's a great shout out. the Gnar ban, another pick that is comfort for K, so he's going to have that pool further pinched, and the Scion ban, of course, going to stop a real traditional front to back here from Tenacity.
Just go Ornn, blow the horn. It's easy right there. Wukong Ziggs gives you a ton of damage. You can get an ADC last, keep the flex alive. Ornn obviously does well front to back into the Xin Zhao, into the Azir. You can negate that shove with the Bellows Breath, stay in position. Also, you know, they do have some more bruiser-esque champs available up in that top side, but they are going to hold on to last pick. Ezreal coming out right away. Just the most honest AD carry in the game, they call it. Good job at repositioning. Does make me nervous about their ability to take down this Xin Zhao. But Xin now coming in, Jhin long range. Let your other team dive in, and you can sit back and open up the curtains.
Yeah, some real nice pick available between that Bard and that Jhin in the bottom lane, and they're going to take Shen for Tenacity. So leaning away from the top lane carries, but you don't need a top lane carry when you've got the Azir in your draft, right? So they're really going to lean back onto Young here, who has been performing, I think, pretty well on the night. Look at that Garen, though, locked in for K. Oh, baby. He wants to try to find some good fight angles up against the Shen. Spirit's Refuge blocking Q feels like it's going to be a little bit of a problem, but certainly not going to be enough to stop this pick from coming on across for K, and he feels like he's going to be able to slam top lane into this matchup.
Yeah, I think the idea there is if you can silence before that W comes out, you're good, and if you can't, then your E damage will still go through, so you've got something. But this was along the lines of what I was thinking for K when I said bruiser type top laners, where you're kind of that, the term's still juggernaut, where you're like in between bruiser, in between tank. Garen can build up a lot of health, tank a ton of damage. And with the Leona and the Wukong, you do have a decent amount of engage and hard CC to give Garen access. But again, I'm worried about the Xin Zhao and what Tomio was able to do. The reason this champ was so high prio all year is because in the early and mid game can skirmish extremely well, can put out a ton of damage, and then once they start building like Guardian Angel, a little bit of tank here and there, that Crescent Guard makes you this like unstoppable frontliner, because you don't have to worry about tanking the damage from the carries. You're just ignoring it completely. So Ziggs and Ezreal are going to have to put themselves in very risky positions to stop the advance from Conviction. And I feel like by the time they do so, you're going to have champs like Jhin and Azir pelting you down with so much insurance provided by Bard and Shen. It's going to be really, it's going to need to be decisive for Dorado.
Yeah, and Stand United is a hell of a drug, right? It's so fat. It scales so well. They buffed it more than once over the course of the last year and change or so. And against a Dorado comp that is not low damage, but it's bursty, right? You're going to be kind of waiting on some spell rotations if you don't end up, getting down the target with, one Ziggs combo, one Wukong combo, probably stacking a couple of those on top of each other. And you can definitely see a world where that's going to create situations where Dorado dump a rotation of cooldowns on towards a target, assuming they're going to be able to finish them off, and Stand United are going to create a large gap in between what you thought your execution threshold was and what it truly is. And that can really ruin some of the plays that Dorado tries to set up if it does play out that way. So I's going to be on Tenacity for what he's going to be able to do to really kind of try to throw a wrench into Dorado's plans.
Shen, though, also a champ that deals a shocking amount of damage if you're not prepared for it, especially if you're looking at a player like Tenacity. I would expect a Titanic Hydra to be in the mix here. Would allow for some really good skirmishing potential into the Garen. I wasn't able to see before we cut back if Grasp was the keystone, but I'm assuming it is. Scaling with that health, once you get Titanic and maybe even like Steel or Heartsteel, it's going to give him a surprising amount of healing. And once we get past the mid-game point, let's say Azir is scaling but not at the pace you'd want, Shen is also a great side laner. They can draw away some pressure to allow for some better number fights, as thank you to production, Shen does have the grasp in this. And we see the sides, or at least the play sides, kind of flipped here, where Tenacity now is on this weak side. Wants to just sit back on the Shen, get to level 6, be able to move around the map. And I really think that they should look to try and get this Garen ahead, because in solo queue, Garen is very annoying, but in professional play, if you just CC him, if you even just cosmic binding and slow him down, this is a champ that will not be doing much.
Yeah, you know, the fact that Azir makes it through the bans kind of warps the whole draft here a little bit, and both teams do, of course, you know, handshake that somewhat. Dorado choosing to let it through, ban away the Varus instead on their first game on red side. It moves us away from team identity and more towards making the best out of what champions are going to be available, which the best teams in League are always apt to do. Conviction now getting Young onto this really powerful champion that so few are willing to let go through right now, especially with the Orianna band too, as the kind of counter du jour that most people are willing to play. Aojun really going to need to make this Ziggs work, which I've seen it work, right? There's definitely plenty of examples out there of players who've taken these long-range artillery mages into the Azir and been able to get through laning phase with a degree of safety and avoid letting that Azir get too strong, even allowing for opportunities for jungle support to come through and hose that mid laner. But Dorado just need to be able to execute on that game plan. Otherwise, Young very well could take over this game on the Azir, as many Azirs have done.
Yeah, and the trade, I understand it for Dorado. You want Dardoch to get this champ, to get on this Wukong that's been banned out as well. And the Azir for Wukong, I think in a vacuum is a fair trade. But with Conviction also getting Xin Zhao, who does such a good job of countering Ziggs, I feel like that really kind of turns the advantage into Conviction's side in terms of the champ meta trade, as we see advancing the lines as is Zyko back in.
Whoa!
For
All
game
right.
3. Multi-time NACL champ just hit the rift.
Yeah, that's news. Welcome back, Zyko. I was not expecting him to play tonight. They've had Duo King throughout pretty much their whole playoffs run, and a rough start for old Zyko here as he's going to get found at level 1. Flash forward from Sushi trying to finish off a kill. Not going to be able to do it. That's going to be a pretty costly flash there. Both bot laners using all of their summoner spells on the Dorado side, whereas Meech holding on to everything.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the curse that just landed on a poor Zyko. First game in, gets caught by the Leona, and now Hex Flash getting pulled up. Meech does have Cleanse. Leona, though, doesn't get in range, so a good amount of damage responded back. And also Meech, huge homie play, tanked the Mystic shot by Ezreal to prevent that flash from being pulled off and getting that first blood onto Sushi. This is another champ that I've seen Sushi playing a ton. The Ezreal, one of their signature champs, and as you can see with that level 2 advantage, just putting out so much damage already in this lane.
Certainly. So Sushi is still going to be able to abuse that health advantage that he's built on up for the lane, because Zyko did not get the chance to recall. You do not want to be absent from lane at level 1 one way or the other. And so that will indeed just be a lasting advantage, at least until some of these recalls come on across for Sushi and Bounty. Already looking like they should be able to take some amount of a lead in this laning phase, which, you know, playing melee support and a range support, you're plenty happy with. That's an unexpected development, but a welcome one if you're a Dorado fan.
Yeah, and especially considering that they have the winning lane on top of getting that huge advantage. Like, Leona can do so much to either of these champions if she can land a Zenith Blade. The follow-up is there. Dardoch already making their way down. Level 2 for both of these bot laners.
I was going to see if they can make this dive happen. Nice double root from Zyko. Gonna secure first blood for him. Dardoch forced to flash away, and Meech and Zyko hold the line and claim themselves first blood.
There's a reason that this guy was the standard of NA supports for like 2 years. He shows it right there. Slow start on that level 1, but absolutely owns in that turret dive. As Tenacity goes a little bit far forward to try and see if he can stop it back. That's why he's going far forward. He's got backup coming.
All right, getting in there, going to try to find themselves the kill on Decay, and they will be able to do so. Tenacity gets onto the board, and Aojun already here to try to cut him off. Bounty gonna try to hold him still, but Aojun's out of mana. They might just have to give this one over to Bounty, and they do.
Yeah, don't want that to be where it goes, but at the same time, this is going to allow K to not fall too far behind. As you can see, huge CS advantage built up by Tenacity there, and is going to TP back, does not want to lose this advantage they have gained, so that shift over by Aojun will get them the teleport, at least the teleport trade going over, and we also do see somewhat of an equalization coming out of the bot lane because Bounty went up towards the top. So a bit of a shift here, some power going back towards Conviction. And as we look at our jungles, they are now opening back up onto the map, clearing their level 2 camps. No back come through yet for Dardock, so it's going to be quite big. Going to have somewhat of an advantage on the map if they decide to go towards this first dragon.
Yeah, and I think the Dorado plan is probably to just let this one go if Conviction want it. Aojun's still out of mana, still hasn't gone for that recall since that earlier roam kill, and so he's going to find himself shoved in pretty far by Young, who has actually gotten to get that recall off at this point. Yeah, going to try to recall and TP back, but by then the dragon going to be long gone. Tomio claiming this one for the side of Conviction, who fight their way back in and get themselves a pretty solid early game, especially in the top lane where Tenacity, you know, he's not on the carry pick this time, but he is having himself a fantastic laning phase, and he's about to get another strong trade up against K.
I was gonna say, you're gonna have to say that he's not on a counter pick or a carry pick a bit louder, because I'm not sure he knows that. He is going so far forward, pushing Garen all the way off that minion wave as Bounty is here. They're looking for a fight, but they do have that journey.
Yeah, holding down Tomio. They are going to take the magical journey right after him. Zyko doing a great job of running interference, though. Slowing up both of them is Tomio with Wind Becomes Lightning. And 4 members of Dorado White show up to the Dragon, and they get nothing for it. Meanwhile, Tenacity, like you said, still pushing this lead. He's got a 20 CS lead here at 6 minutes. This is just not in a good lane for K.
It feels like it's compounding game after game. Tenacity is leveling up throughout this series. Better and better each game, more and more dominant. And on this bot side, as you pointed out, Zyko did a great job protecting them as they got away from that dragon, but Meech also hitting a huge deadly flourish that stopped the advance once Dorado went through that magical journey. And after, if you watch that level 1, I think you'd be sure that Dorado Gaming were going to be smashing this bottom lane. Multiple plates taken, multiple kills potentially, but just really clean mechanical outplays coming through with this sub in for Zyko. And as you've been mentioning, you know, Duo King was in a lot of these series, but we've been talking about the champ pools this whole time about being quite thin for Conviction. Now you bring in Zyko. This is a guy who can play it all and play it extremely at high level.
Yeah, absolutely can here. And, you know, not really, it would be even crazier if we had gotten to see the Blitzcrank or something, or the Zyra at a Duo King at this stage. By the way, that explains why the Zyra ban went through, went through without Zyra ban this time. But yeah, if we had seen something like the Blitzcrank or the Zyra, some of those picks that are more specialized for Duo King would open up the pool even more here for Zyko. Nonetheless, though, he is definitely going to be plenty happy on whatever he can get his hands on here as he's going in, finds the stun at point-blank range. Dardock here to disrupt, but it doesn't matter. The feat of warfare has already come on through. Zyko likely going to get executed by that Mega Inferno Bomb. Bounty picks up the kill. Dow going to be able to interrupt the Stand United that Tenacity was trying to use to escape, and now he's got nowhere left to go. Dardock will clean him up, and it is a 2-for-1 on the top side.
Incredible collapse. K will take that. You know, bringing up that pressure, Zyko roams for the dive, and sure, they do get the kill onto the Garen, but, you know, we joked about it earlier. You are right, this Shen is not a carry champ, so all of this focus on the top side, not really going to provide a ton across the map. Tomio getting pushed off of this last grub. Only Dardock has smite, but somehow still going over to Tomio.
But fight breaking out onto Tomio here. He is going to be falling below 200, and Zyko will only be able to kill one, so will be a 1-for-1 trade as Dardoch gets his second kill of the game. Will be a still grub advantage over to Conviction. They get themselves 2-for-1 there. And the supports rocking the majority of the kills in this game.
Yeah, and we're still seeing them go for the typical items. We're not seeing any Dead Man's Plate Bard stuff here going for the redemption. It's pretty much necessary now. Does look like Locket is going to be the angle for Bounty, and it makes sense. He's moving around the map a lot, going to be a part of these big team fights. Has to go in face first alongside Dardoch and K. In a minute until our next dragon spawns, Bounty just tanks up that Deadly Flourish. Only job here is to make sure that Sushi can get back to base, and he successfully completes that task. It's now K with the Tiamat. Tiamat beat Tiamat. They're just trying to clear waves at this point. I think that Conviction has realized that they've got a 40 CS lead on this Shen. We don't need to put any more attention up in this top lane. We've already got it won. So let's focus on bot. Let's focus on mid. Try and get some other winning lanes. Zhaojun soaking up that pressure quite well so far.
Yeah, Zhaojun doing a good job of being able to create that extra space, but hasn't really stopped Young from farming either. Young going to be pretty on time to his Nashor's Tooth here as he's just absorbing the waves, keeping them shoved in, and you would like to have the Ziggs be the one with the push, I think, at a lot of these situations, but so far has not worked out that way. Now that Dardoch is on his Trinity Force, going to be on a huge power spike on this Wukong, and maybe that will be the difference maker here, where they can try to actually shut down Young this stage of the game. For now, though, Zhaojun still a big damage threat and has participated in a number of these kills up at the top side by being able to support with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh man, Young just dancing away from these skills, though. Great job in that exchange. Bounty flashed in mid lane, getting in on towards Young, and they might be able to finish him off here. Burning down to the Ignite, flash forward from Zhaojun, doesn't land the last bouncing bomb, and it looks like Young has snuck his way out of danger.
Flash expended for Flash. Young gets away in the end, and Dardoch is looking to try and make something happen top, but Tenacity is all over it. We talked about early in this game making that Azir for Wukong trade worth it, and sure, 2-0-1 on Wukong's nice, but that's not enough to give you a massive advantage. Tomio pushing forward. They want to get this kill.
The knock up onto Zhaojun, knows that this Ziggs is flashless, and he's done for. Tenacity claims one. Tomio gets the other. It is in trade for Zyko's life, but Sushi getting pressured off. Tomio dives over the wall, gets him underneath the turret, and picks up a double kill. Tenacity tanking up on the opposite side. Dardoch going to do his best to clean up as many kills as he can. Young was finished off by K, but Dardoch will be finished off by a fourth shot from Meech. It is a fight win for Conviction.
Hey, on a bit of a drive-by there, does pick off the still scaling Azir, but Tomio just going ballistic in that team fight, taking advantage of the early game power of the Xin Zhao, dives over 2 walls to follow Sushi under tower, claim that kill as well. They aren't going to be able to get this dragon. Too much expended in the fight. Too many ultimates down and too low health bars, but they still have decent vision. Zyko's still in the area. A bit of vision combat here from both supports. Only one ward in the pocket left for Bard, unless he wants to expend the controller, which they have done at this point. And Shen is going top, but does have teleport available. Looks like they might just try and give... Yep, they're just going to give this one over. It's going to be 1-1 dragons.
Sushi, a little bit of a face check here, but he will be able to kite his way on out. Dardoch secures the dragon. Tomio looking for a fight, but locking down going to be difficult. There is going to be a deadly flourish connected from the likes of Meech. Tomio immunes the Mega Inferno Bomb with a Crescent Guard. I think this fight might already be over. Sushi doing his best to ping in a little bit of damage from the opposite side, but has to respect the damage that the rest of the team is bringing to the table. Fires through a 2-shot barrage and will keep Tomio low. Zyko trying to chase him down, though. Lands the Cosmic Binding. Wind becomes lightning, and down goes Sushi. Execution onto Zyko. There is no return trade for Dorado.
This is one of the most Smurf performances I've seen. Zyko logs in, goes, "Oh, you guys are playing right now? Can I join?" And just tearing it up. Tomio staying alive with that redemption.
Oh, and Dardoch desperately trying to get onto Tomio. Wants that juicy shutdown. Still looking for it, but can't not find it. Tomio will take him down for a killing spree as Conviction start to run away with it.
Tomio was waiting for the Sundered Sky to come off cooldown so he could get another heal off of Dardoch, but now it might have bit off a bit too much Ignite put on him by Bounty.
I don't know. Tomio can regen here all day. He's staying up against Bounty, getting over to the other side of the red buff so that Bounty is the one tanking up the damage. Sushi over the wall, gets exhausted by Zyko, gets stunned up against the wall. Solar Flare will finally be the tool that holds down Tomio, but he bought enough time for Tenacity to roll up and clean up this fight. Here comes Zyko for the double kill. Well deserved.
I was saying skip the dead mans. I'm going the entire other direction. I want to see the Gnasher's Tooth, the rapid fire cannon. Give Zyko all the tools. Again, Inferno Bomb does go out trying to stop that mid push. So much aggression out of Conviction, but I think it is rooted in confidence. They are playing so strong right now with all of these tools in their pocket, all of this comfort, such a strong game plan. You have dive from the Xin Zhao, the Shen, even Azir. Once these shuffles get online, Meech can just sit back, land these long-range abilities. That is exactly how they like to play. And now with Zyko in there, just such a legend, able to affect the entire map. Good buffer there, and K in trouble again, but not in threat of losing their life. Certainly in threat of losing their turret, and with 2 swiftness boots, both teams want to get feats very badly.
They definitely do. Now, trying their best to be able to get onto this tower. Tenacity going to be able to taunt Bounty underneath the tower, forcing his flash out. Dardoch shows up to the scene, and now the turret's gone. Tenacity going to do his best to make this kill a trade, but the shield from the Locket will keep Bounty alive as that shutdown gold is secured by Aojun.
Going to come down to whoever gets the next objective. It is 2-2 on that. No feats yet. Up, and as we said, there goes that Rift Herald over to the side of Conviction. That means they're going to get those enhanced swiftness boots. Again, with no more Otacon, no more feats of warfare. These enhanced Swifties giving adaptive force won't be around much longer, but for now, it is going to allow Jhin to do a lot more damage once those are upgraded. And I like Meech here going for the Collector and not going for the Yumu's right away. It is a decent item if you get far ahead early on the Jhin, but I think understanding that Shen provides so much protection and Tomio is going to be going so far forward as a bit of disrespect. That's all right. When you're far ahead, you can show it. He doesn't need to get that movement speed, can just go for the straight up damage, get on that crit spike right away, and be able to contribute much more damage in these team fights.
Absolutely. There's going to be some more pressure being exerted onto the bottom side from Aojun. Sushi taking an aggressive trade with Meech in the mid lane, and Dorado need to try to get a little bit aggressive here as they've kind of started to have the game fall out of their control. Their Garen going to be a scaling side lane threat, but is significantly behind where Tenacity is, and Aojun has not really stopped Young from being able to get his itemization either. Is this a fight breaking on out? Tenacity coming in on top of Tomio. Really nice use of the Cyclone from Dardoch. Gonna be able to interrupt that potential engage. Now into the back line comes K off the back of the teleport. He's speedy with the phase rush, but he doesn't get anything done. Tenacity gonna finish off Dardoch. Aojun trying his best to escape with the satchel charge. Bounty taking a boatload of damage as Tenacity will finish off a double kill. In comes the True Shot Barrage, but it goes wide. Scoring 3 points for Dorado as Sushi comes back over, picks up a kill on Tomio, and gets Tenacity as well. Flashing forward as Aojun still can't finish off Young through the Shifting Sands shield, but it's a 2-for-2 at the end of the day.
They played the start of that fight so well. They played the comp to perfection as now Sushi finds Zyko backing on a ward.
Yeah,
no cosmic binding available. Gonna be another one, 3-3 now, and K.
They can kill this. Ooh. Dangerous stuff there for Meech.
Doesn't have Demacian Justice, so can't fully commit just yet, but Conviction just go too deep. They get the 2 kills, sure, but then you have to run away. Garen has that stride breaker, can slow you down, can chase in. Aojun on this Ziggs is built to fight these zoning fights. Sushi obviously able to go forward, and their patience pays off. The 2 members they lose are, at this point in the game, I always say it, I've said it all year long, when you're playing these 80 bruiser junglers at around 2 items, that damage falls off pretty fast, and you become just a frontliner. You have to start indexing into tank, into sustain. Otherwise, your use is going to fall further and further off of a cliff, and that means that if you kill the Wukong, sure, that's good. That's a lot of knock-up they don't have any longer, but you're also not taking out much of their damage. Sushi taking a lot of that in the mid lane.
And he's holding his shift, doesn't want to get called out and potentially finished off there, so does manage to stay on his feet, if nothing else. But really like how aggressively Zyko is playing towards and around Sushi this game and just constantly threatening those meeps, as there's going to be an engage from Tenacity, maybe a little bit ill-advised. He's got 4 members hammering on him now, gonna have to flash away. Zyko throws down the Tempered Fate defensively, and now they're gonna engage on a Bounty. He is not tanky enough to survive this for long at all. Meech gets the first kill of the fight, but in comes Dardoch to re-engage. Tenacity locked down and executed. Over the wall goes Tomio, throws out the Crescent card, thinks that he can keep this fight going out of 3 members. Aojun doing his best to be able to back away, will be able to do so. Sushi gonna get engaged on though, and Tomio executes him. Now K in the middle of the squad, going to be able to allow for Tomio to fall on down, and Dardoch gonna be able to fight back and finish off Zyko as well. Trying to stay alive with the Sundered Sky, will eventually fall down to Beach, and that's 3 kills on the side of Dorado for 2 on the side of Conviction.
They said, you know what? Last time the problem was we went too deep. This time we got to go even deeper. They get the first kill onto Bounty, and that should have been it. They were able to get the kill based on the Deadly Flourish landing. They fully committed and got that. Would have been a numbers advantage on the Dragon, as Stand United coming through on the K and a teleport. Oh, but he shorts the stash.
Oh, but he's gonna get snagged by the Deadly Flourish regardless. And down he goes. Well played by Meech. Really been locked in on those W's this game, and will be able to claim the kill.
Yeah, I feel like someone in the Conviction comm said, like, guys, we're playing a bit off here. We gotta just go for the objective, get the Dragon stacking continued. All 5 members for each team in this bottom lane. Almost all of their ultimates are back up and available. Tempered Fate is online. Meech cleanses the ult.
Going in for a little bit more. It's going to be Meech almost falling on down, and instead the engage is moving on to Bounty, and he will fall first once again. Now Dardoch going to be the next target, going to be able to fall back in time, throws down the Cyclone, going to be able to disrupt the remaining members, and Dardoch sees a chance to get back in there, but Meech will kill him off, and Aojun and Sushi just cannot represent with the damage. Young still at full HP, and despite how many members are low, none of them have been finished off. K going to try to change that, but he's going to be forced back away by the consistent damage coming in from the Azir. Tenacity holding down the front line, staring down Ziggs and Ezreal like they're nothing, and still bombs and shots coming through from Sushi and Aojun, but Tomio finds the engage, isolates Sushi, gives another kill over to Meech. K coming in on the flank, will execute the support, but that's the only one he's going to find, and now Meech and Tenacity gonna chase him down. Tomio underneath the bot lane turret, seeing if he can finish off Meech, or rather finish off Aojun. And Aojun is going to be able to stop the dive, but just getting picked apart here are Dorado. Conviction get way more.
It was another hectic fight, but like I said, Conviction realized we have to prioritize the Dragon. They're able to get a couple of kills. Crescent Guard is procced. It is going to be a dead Tomio.
Yeah, he's done for. Going to be able to find that pick. Dorado down in gold, but not out of the game. You can see they're still looking for plays. You just need a little bit more damage to be able to work through this Xin and this Shen reliably and still come out with the fight wins.
And for Conviction, they have to get on the damage dealers. They can consistently kill Garen and Leona, Wukong, but they cannot get to Ezreal. They cannot get to Ziggs, and that long-range damage is what is taking them down.
Cool.
They are prepared here.
Meech trying to ping away at these health bars. Does get the 4th shot onto Aojun. In comes Tenacity. Tempered Fate lands on it too. Dardoch can't get the smite, but Tomio can't get in. Dardoch will be able to secure the Otacon. Tenacity gonna fall down in a 1 versus 4. K distracted him on the opposite side, and Dorado get away with robbery. That's a free Otacon.
Great zoning by K in that fight, and the Tempered Fate was great, but the only one over there is Tenacity. He's got no way to take down this objective. They had a great start to the fight as well. Dorado Gaming only had 1 ultimate available, and it was the Cyclone. They don't even use it. They just grab the Otacon and get out of there. As you can see at this point, only Cyclone up and available. True Shot Barrage does come up, but right here, Bounty starts off with the zoning, and then K just does such a good job running down Meech. Conviction understand that that's so much of their damage. Young really should have kept running forward. Tomio was not there, dead, coming back from base. You do see landing on the Zyko.
Zyko get the 1 shot. Good rotation from Dorado. They're going to get a turret for it as well, as they have reduced the gold lead to just about 2K. A couple of good plays in a row for Dorado, kind of slingshotting themselves back in the game here.
And Aojun is becoming an enormous problem. 4-1-7. Horizon focus, Blackfire Torch completed. So close to that Rabadon's death cap. Really starting to show off what they can do. And we talked about the trade, the Azir for Wukong needing to be worth it. And Dardoch on the Wukong playing okay, but the Ziggs showing up here as Tenacity isn't able to find Dardoch, waiting for that clone to disappear.
Stepping up, looking for a play in the top quadrant. Will not quite find it. They will be able to back away in time. K does claim that topside tower and get another nice little injection of gold. TP being channeled. This is Tenacity joining up on the fight, but look at Zyko. He's in the middle of nowhere. K gonna finish him off with the Demacian Justice. Tenacity completes his TP, but they're just moving forward on to Bounty. Meanwhile, Aojun able to keep himself safe for quite a while. Dardoch coming in on the bottom side. Sushi brawling with Meech on the bottom side. Meech is gonna be able to win that fight. Bounty going to fall down to Tomio. They found their way onto Aojun and took him out as well. And now it's just K and Dardoch trying to fight back against Tomio and Young. 2 versus 2. Tomio falling lower and lower, but does not want to get himself back into that fight. After landing, the wind becomes lightning. K advancing forward, shuffle back away, connects onto both from Young, doing his best to rain through the damage with the soldiers. Tomio dashes back to the other side, executes Dardoch. K now left in a 1 versus 2, doing his best to buy time, but Tomio and Young reign supreme.
Thundered Sky is such an incredible item, and pairing that alongside the Rylai's for Young, yes, this is here doesn't do as much damage because of that itemization, but it allows these drawn out fights to go in favor of Conviction. They go right for the Baron. It is only Bounty here, but teleport for Aojun. Sushi's walking up as well. They have their ultimates available.
Now Shun coming on in, immediately throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb, gets some good damage on towards Tomio. Bounty in the middle of the Baron pit, just holding folks still, as the Baron is bringing quite a bit of damage to the party alongside Aojun and Sushi, but everybody's still standing, and Meech is here. 8-1-7 on the Jin. Really gonna dish out a boatload of damage here and can't avoid it either. Sushi doing his best to dance away from the fight, but they cannot contest this Baron. It will go over to Tomio and Conviction.
It did get down to 30 HP. It was close. Great contest, all things considered, from Dorado, but Conviction live up to their namesake. They stay firm in their decision making and they grab the objective. You look at the map, still an outer turret available in the bottom lane. All inners are still up, and already see the TP from Young coming out. They want to start taking these down, moving towards the Nexus. Already one of our longest games is Tenacity running away from K in this bottom lane. Black Cleaver completed for Garen, going for a more bruiser-oriented build, and Rabadon's has been completed for Aojun. Azir still waiting to get that item.
Dashing forward, Tomio taking a decent chunk, loses about a quarter of his health. Bounty throws down the solar flare, advancing forward on towards Meech. Meech will get isolated, but gets over the wall with the help of the magical journey. Tomio going to be able to follow that same route out to safety. The dragon was secured by Dardoch during this scuffle, so Dorado secured themselves something for their efforts. But they will be not securing any of these kills, and Conviction still with control around this top side of the map.
Yeah, they opted to utilize their Baron rather than go for that dragon. They get top inner turret, mid inner turret, give over the dragon, no contest. And I see what Bounty's going for there. You've got Garen on the flank, and I like that early flash by Meech. Probably could have just walked to the magical journey, but knew they were about to get silenced by Garen. If enough damage were to come out, that Demacian Justice would kill. Really can't afford to give over a 700 gold bounty and a Baron buff at this point. As you see now, Dorado trying to stop the shift over to the spot side, trying to get in their way. They can give the outer turret all day, but that inner one you want to protect more. So much gold going over, and Rabadon's now is completed for Azir, 100% crit on Jhin, and Tomio, I think he might actually win this.
I mean, K is only 2 items in, seems to think that he's hit a threshold where he can isolate and execute the jungler. I don't know if he's quite there. Meanwhile, Aojun has been picked by Zyko. Tempered Fate found its mark, and Aojun is out of there. 50-second death timer for the Ziggs, and Conviction creeping in with more and more control on the map, and looking like they might just be able to bust open the base here before too long. With that Baron buff at their backs, Dardoch gonna get caught now by the Crescent Guard, thrown back in by Tomio, snared up by Meech, and 1 or 2 more shots will do it. Now here's the damage from K, doing his best to be able to take out Tomio, but once again, this guy just does not falter, continues to stand, continues to fight, forward from Tenacity, forward from Tomio, slowing him up with the wind becomes lightning. Sushi just plucking away from the side, but that damage is just nothing up against this Conviction lineup, and they will break open the base on this push in all 3 lanes at once.
You can push forward. They were doing all of that without Young. I said earlier, the Rylai's means he doesn't do a lot of damage. Once you get the Rabadon's Death Cap, that goes out the window. Tomio going too far forward without the Guardian Angel, though.
Yeah, we'll lose him, but it will be in trade for Dardoch, and now all 3 inhibitors are at risk. Down goes, or in goes Young, rather. Down goes the likes of Aojun, and K nearly going to be executed as well. They're going to start working out of these Nexus turrets. It's only Sushi and K on the defense, and both carries are still here and still at full strength for Conviction. Young going to have to back on away as Bounty arrives to the scene, and they do have some amount of respect left for Sushi here, but this guy has just struggled to be able to work through these health bars. Solar Flare comes on out, doesn't quite find its mark, and Tenacity still plenty strong up on the front line. They have 15 seconds before Dardoch's going to be able to rejoin, but eventually Conviction will say, we got all 3 inhibitors. We're going to call that a victory.
Yeah, they finally take their foot off the gas. They will reset, and if I'm a Dorado Gaming fan, do not look at the items of Conviction once these recalls come in. Unending Despair, Void Staff, Locket for Zyko, full boots, and now Meech gets the U-moves. He wants the move speed now. Usually you see it first item, but he's switching it up. We're going last item U-moves here. This is really just icing on the cake at this point. Pushing in forward, stopping in the back there. They want to just go with whatever lane is the most pushed into this moment. It's top lane. I think this is going to be the game-winning play.
It very well could be. Stepping upwards is going to be Bounty, who's the next target, but Tomio falls down nice and early. They have to use a defensive ultimate from Young.
You're down.
Trade goes back and forth, but look at the damage out of Aojun. He's able to execute Young. Meech, the damage is in his hands now. He's got himself a double kill, looking for some more. Has the Collector, doesn't take the shot out of Dardoch, and that means Sushi's gonna get the chance to finish him off too. Zyko's the last one standing, and a perfectly placed shot from Sushi will claim an ace back for Dorado White.
My bad, everybody. I shouldn't have said anything. What a huge fight for Dorado Gaming. They play in that gap so well. They do lose both of their Nexus turrets, and they might lose their top laner as well. He's just getting dogpiled by these.
He's respawned. It's okay.
Okay, he's got buds. He's got his friends to come help him out. I mean, that team fight is just Tomio being a little over aggressive without the Guardian Angel. Gets executed immediately. They have to use so many cooldowns to prevent Dorado from continuing their advance, but Ezreal can just get over that Emperor's Divide. So can Wukong. So can Ziggs. I mean, Ziggs has to use a Satchel to get over, but he can just throw bombs all day. And without the Crescent Guard to be able to create a frontline opportunity, Shen's the only real tank you've got. So Meech is going to have to run. They do get their soul point. So still important to remember, it's a 5k gold lead for Conviction still. Baron has respawned, and Young able to get it over the turret. Tomio's on his way after getting Dragon. Still going to be very difficult for Dorado to find an angle here.
Yeah, Tenacity going to be able to back on off without too much difficulty. Tempered Fate comes and goes. Doesn't find its mark onto anybody. Baron buff for Conviction. Plenty dangerous here for the Dorado crew. Tenacity just face checks a bush with 5 members of Dorado in it, and Tenacity's one shot.
That was a little bit over aggressive once again. You know that they're all in that area because
that's an object permanence cap, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's you're supposed to remember. They learned that when they're like 2. That's a milestone. You're supposed to keep track of that, but
yeah.
It does mean that
flash in from Bounty, shuffled back away by Young, and that engage will be hosed, but we'll get another cooldown out of the likes of Conviction.
Yeah, they're just kind of like aura farming them now to try and get ultimates out. They get the Emperor's Divide, they get the Curtain Call, so that won't be available for the base push.
Tenacity's going to rejoin in 10 seconds, and there's going to be cooldowns down for Dorado White. They've still got to survive this siege, Jack.
Well, Dorado has everything except... Well, no, they have everything. Demacia and Justice is about to come off cooldown. They're going to have to win another massive fight. No Emperor's Divide, no Curtain Call available. Teleport into the bottom lane. Minions entering the base now. They've got to try and find another pick.
They've got to find a fight. Yeah, Bounty used the flash to try to get it onto Young, but he was silenced and taken back away. Now, Tomio going to be the one who gets engaged on the opposite side. Stand United comes in on top of him. He's stuck inside of the Crescent Guard. There is going to be the Tempered Fate coming in onto 4 members. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on across. Tomio taken incredibly low. Tenacity going to be the next target. They're taking it front to back. Dardoch dashes forward, but Dardoch just takes way more than he bargained for. Is sent back into the Guardian Angel. Sushi and Aojun incredibly low. The Nexus turrets start to respawn, giving a little bit of relief back over to the members of Dorado. Young going to fall on down. Tomio going to get sent to the Resurrect. Sushi and Aojun, they've got the damage, and they'd better bring it big time if they want to be able to stand up in this game. Flash taunt connects from Tenacity. Sushi is locked down. Meech finishes him off. Aojun is out of mana, and that's going to do it for game number 3. Conviction finally find that last fight that they needed, and they'll take themselves to match point.
I have never seen a more hectic fight in my life. Every single structure respawning, all 10 players in the same spot, and despite the damage output from Sushi, from Aojun, they just can't hold on any longer. Great closeout from Conviction. High five, Gordo. Great game. That was, oh my god, Aojun's damage.
Huge stuff there from the likes of Aojun. As yeah, my camera can't even get focused, man. This is what a game. I mean, huge fight back from Dorado White. By far our closest game so far this evening, and it's just not quite enough for the win to come through for the Dorado side. Conviction finally find a way to win fights again, and the fact that they were able to take down so many structures on that previous push lets them just walk in through the door and force an end to the game.
Yeah, they realize they want to play those fights a little bit less united, ironically, because if you all group up, the Ziggs and Ezreal are just going to tear you apart. Their CC will be layered on all those members. So they go member by member. Tomio actually goes in, realizes Sushi's too close, and flashes down to try and get out of range so that Crescent Guard can be as valuable as possible. But in the end, they picked great scaling, and when you have a Jhin on your team, once you get to full crit, it is quite a difficult thing to deal with. And Meech, again, we talked about the types of champs that they excel on. It is these sit back, play far range, just put out consistent damage, don't worry about carrying. We see that with 54.3k damage. Heading into game 4, now that we've seen these jungle pools start getting pinched, Leona down means that we're only on Rel, Braum, Poppy if you can make it work, and now that Zyko's here, you know, it just opens up so many more possibilities for them to keep this momentum rolling, try and end this series.
Yeah, I think a lot of the kind of weaker side bot laners are getting taken off the board here too. I mean, there's Varus can kind of be left on their own. They can play like a pokey style. They can play a more pick focus style. But I mean, beyond that, and the mages, of course, we're probably going to get to see a lot more kind of hard carry marksmen as we get towards the end here, just because these safer options are just becoming more and more limited with that Jhin Ezreal duo now taken off the board as well. Misfortune's gone, Corki's gone, Yunara's gone. Felios, of course, would be in the latter category, but he's gone as well. So going to be interesting as this series continues to play out, as we got to see some real good highlights from both Sushi and Meech in that last game. I think Meech especially needs to be highlighted. Played those Jhin team fights incredibly well, was so accurate with the deadly flourishes, created so many picks for his team, and Dorado White just were not able to respond to a lot of those picks effectively. They ended up losing a lot more than they would have expected off of a lot of plays, thanks to what Meech was able to get done to lock down those targets.
Yeah, and I think we could see some very interesting bot lane pairings with what jungles are still up and available and what top lanes we've been seeing. There's stuff like Kalista, Renata still available. Ashe is a very strong champ in my opinion, and I've heard a lot of pros refer to Seraphine as the game 4 champion. So coming into that, you get Ashe Seraphine as a combo, plays very well, and I think that type of playstyle for a Meech run bottom lane where he can sit back on the Ashe in laning phase, poke, and then enter into the mid game a monster. With the momentum now on their side, seems like they've corrected a lot of their issues. Conviction going to be coming into this game 4 ready to end it.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw it to a quick break here, but we will be back with draft for game number 4 before too long. Conviction on match point. 1 win away from eliminating Dorado White and moving to a grand finals rematch up against Milk. Dorado, of course, want their own rematch up against Milk, and will need to win 2 in a row in order to do it. We'll see you all after a quick break to find out how the rest of this series is going to play out. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL lower finals, where we have got a 2-1 lead for Conviction up against Dorado White after a hard-fought game number 3. And with more and more champions getting taken off the list, remains to be seen if Conviction can close this series out or not. They are looking stronger and stronger, though, as the night goes on. And bot lane in particular, with Zyko back in the lineup, popping off in game number 3.
Yeah, and I feel like Meech has way more champs in their favor as to what's available. We still got Caitlyn, we've got Ashe, we've still got Varus that's been banned in all these games, but these long-range control AD carries that are looking to zone, stay out of the way, much more in favor. In terms of the stuff that wants to go forward, yes, we've still got like Kai'Sa is up and available, very strong AD carry on the patch. Could see like a Lucian Nami. I think that if they want to go aggressive, they should commit to it. But I mean, with Ziggs being taken out, that's one of your big bot lane options too. And if they go for something like Sivir, I feel like that's just not giving Sushi enough control where that's someone you want to be playing through. I want to see Dorado go for something aggressive bot. And while I understand the trade, the Wukong for Azir, especially if you know that Ajun can play the Ziggs so well, we need Dardoch back on a full damage, like something that actually can carry, can play throughout the game. And Kiana's still been right there. You can play it into Jarvan pretty decently. You can play it into Pantheon. Neferi's still available, plays well into Jarvan as well. And then we still got like Diana's available. We've got, I think there's like one more of these new like flex jungler. Silas is up and available. He would probably play well on that. I want to see them go back to what won them game 2.
Yeah, I agree. Dardoch's got other stuff in the tank too beyond that Kiana. The Jack's still something that he plays. The Neferi, he never really let the Neferi go all the way. He still plays that occasionally. You brought up the Silas. He brought out Tryndamere once this series, once this tournament as well, which we've seen from Inspired can work in competitive as well in the right circumstances. So that's an option that he has available. I would like to see something like that out of Dorado. I think what's a tough position for them here is, like you brought up, like you don't really want to put Sushi on these totally immobile champions like the Sivir, but you also like he's a good Caitlyn player, he's a good Ashe player, but it feels like if you index into those sorts of champions, you're probably not going to get a lot of damage from K, and Aojun is running out of control mages too as this series goes later and later. You know, he'll play stuff like the Victor, he'll play stuff, you know, the Orianna's certainly going to get banned away. Maybe he can bust out, you know, the Rises. He's played Anivia already this split, but it's certainly starting to feel a little thin around some of these positions, and it does feel like Dorado may be taking the brunt of it stylistically, even though Conviction are the ones who have shown fewer champions throughout the season.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of emphasis on stuff like Syndra going forward. Also for Dardoch, and this might be a little bit too old head, but I mean, Olaf is still there. It's a champ that in this current meta where you have a lot of short duration, hard CC, Olaf can just run through it. It makes it hard to deal with him. Vi's been gotten focus every single game here in Orianna Gone, as you mentioned. And without Duo King being there and eating that Zyra ban, it does free up some of these other options. I like the Poppy ban pickup. I think this is just a wicked strong champ that if it's a good matchup bot, you throw a bot, it can work in most jungle matchups. Very well placed there. And last time it was Kai'Sa. I think that would be smart because it pretty much it means they have to play Lucian if they want to play aggressive. Otherwise, they have to play a zoning AD carry. It is going to be the Gwen this time. They saved it for the second phase last game, but they want it in first phase. Maybe they want the Kai'Sa for themselves. Have to see.
Maybe the Gwen going to join that ban list once again. They really are looking to limit K's ability to play a lot of these champions here. Maybe that Cho'Gath ban, again, it's a multi-way flex, but now starting to feel like they really are targeting K after Tenacity has had a tremendous night up against him. And still with so many Tenacity champions left in the pool too. Conviction back on blue side means that they won't get last pick, but I don't even know if that's an issue for them. They're actually just going to snap up the Scion here and say, hey, you know what? This is one of the last big safe top laners left available. K would certainly grab it if we left it up. And rather than try to scale into the Scion, we'd rather just ban the Gwen and pick it ourselves.
It had an incredible win rate over the course of the Kespa Cup. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it did quite well during the Demacia Cup as well when picked. But it also is a huge takeaway from Key, who would have likely been looking towards a champ like this throughout the rest of this series, this game in particular, with Trundle no longer up and available. That's the biggest counter. This also allows them, if Conviction want to go for a like heavy damage mid lane and AD carry, they can go dual frontline and go Sejuani here. Does very well with Scion, gives you a lot of unexpected damage. Jarvan coming out for Dorado. It is a champ he's very comfortable on, has played a ton of over the course of their career. Also just very strong into the AD carries left available because no Corki, no Ezreal, no Yunara even. It's hard to get out of the Cataclysm. As well as mid lane, not a lot left up and available. But I think that they should try to grab Prio here. I don't think you want to counter this early. There's still meta up and available. You still have options here to try and take away, especially when we talked about how much support is getting pinched.
Yeah, I mean, you can go Jarvan Galio here if you want to. It's a comp that Dorado have played and would be a reliable engage tool. You know, you can join that with a Kaisa or something and try to play dive comp. It's not the worst thing in the world. Instead, they're going to snap up a Kog'Maw. And I mean, Kog'Maw Lulu's up and available. I wonder if Conviction try to take a Lulu duo to deny this, or if they're just going to let it go through.
They go Ashe Lulu right here. Great at stopping the Kog'Maw, and it's Trax. They can go Jinx Lulu and just say, you want to play a hyper carry, we'll do that too. I mean, this is a risky take here. I get the Kog'Maw into Scion because it allows you to cut that champ down at most points. Or you could just destroy the Kog'Maw before it even has a chance to exist in the game. We talked so much about the Lucianami for Sushi because Meech has done so well on these passive zoners. But now, Meech getting the chance to say, you know, I got 14 kills last game, only died twice. Let me see if I can turn that into a champ that can win this by 25 minutes. And as you predicted, is going to be the Lulu. So we're being taken back years. It's 2017. It's all about protecting the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Jarvan Galio now really on the table too. Rather than as a dive duo, it can be, you know, you can play both sides, right? You can play a little bit more defensively with your Braum, or with your Galio as well. Braum going to be kind of off the table here, but I'm very curious to see what we see out of K. It wouldn't surprise me to see something like a Renekton ban and a Rek'Sai ban or something out of the likes of Conviction, just trying to take away, you know, reliable top lane options up against the Scion and things that could help peel. The Gnar are going to be in that category as well, and Dorado now just banning some of these good junglers for Tomio, knowing that they've already got their Jarvan. They take away the Kiana here, and you know, the list is starting to get pretty thin. I'm not going to lie. The Vi already banned away too. Means we're going to get to see something new out of Tomio one way or the other.
I like the Pantheon for Tomio because it allows you... Yeah, but never mind. I won't even go into why it's good because there's no point. But I still think you want to go for a facilitating jungle pick here. You want to allow Meech to get ahead on this Lucian. And now you also need engage because neither of you are going to have an engage support. Scion has good engage once he gets to a fight, but actually making it into the fight and landing that charge is what's difficult. Or they could decide to just go for like other frontline. Mundo is up and available. If they want something that's a little bit less reliable damage and tank wise, but definitely can start a fight, Nocturne is up and available. They have ways to force fights. It's just about making sure people are where they are, and Set does well into high health targets. The boss is here.
All right, a Set lock-in 4K will be his choice up against the Scion. to try to fight back a little bit. And like you said, yeah, gonna be a really powerful peel tool for the Kog'Maw, if nothing else, and getting to scoop out the Scion and take him somewhere else, plenty valuable, as well as threatening the Facebreaker if folks do try to step on past him. No Conviction now seeing that set face up. They've got mid and jungle left to lock in. What will their selections be? I mean, you can go for something like the Sejuani as kind of a default champion that Tomio's played a bunch of, but that would be two kind of primary tanks and might leave you a little bit wanting for damage, especially up against this set Jarvan Lulu draft that we're already seeing from the Dorado side. Vi already banned away. Pantheon, Kiana. It makes it really hard to access this Kog'Maw. I like the shout on the Nocturne, but I just don't know if it's going to be able to finish the job on its own. Syndra locked in for Young, still keeping within those same 6 champions that he's played all split long, by the way. The Akali and the Orianna are the 2 that are left now, coming into game number 4. And jungle selection for Tomio remains the question.
I like the Syndra. I called it out earlier. Such a strong control mage. Really does everything you want a champion to do. But it is going to come down to how they get these fights started and how they keep them going. I think now you just go Mundo. You just need a reliable front line that can put up bodies in front of the Lucian, in front of the Syndra, that prevent the other team from just going right past you. It'd be great for the set. Never mind. We're going in as hard as we can. Zed is back. You're not named Tarzan, but I'll get Tomio starts the same letter. I'll give you a chance.
All right, the Tomio Zed. I love to see it. I love to see some more carry picks from this guy. I think he's been really impressive on them in ACL, and I think for a lot of his NACL career, he's been on these really strong teams with really strong carries where he finds himself relegated into, Vi, Xin Zhao, Sejuani, Duty, Maokai. It's been a big pick for him throughout his career. Like that he gets to flex some more of these carries in the current meta, and the Zed going to join that category as they do need to access and kill this Kog'Maw. And there is Diana in the mid lane for Aojun, looking to be able to start fights on their own terms alongside this Jarvan.
I did say that Dorado was going to pick Diana. I might have said it was going to be for Dardoch, but yeah, I get 50%. I like this pick a lot, and I think that, especially into the Syndra, it's one of the most obnoxious matchups because in every other dive mid lane, you want to just use the Scatter of the Weak right away. You get that diver off of you, and you can go back to your regular trading pattern. But with Diana, she dashes to you the first time, you push her away, and then she just dashes right back onto you, and now you have absolutely no way to escape the damage. She's got multiple builds depending on how the game is going. Can go sustain with the Riftmaker, or can go full on damage with Nashor's Tooth and Lichbane. So really adaptable, and I like what Dorado built without having a ton of hard engage. They've got great dive that you cannot ignore, and when you have that, it means that this Kog'Maw is going to be able to free fire on this backline.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the mid jungle is going to play out this game, right? Because first of all, Tomio with a great opportunity here. Zed a really strong counter jungler, a really fast clear, so can definitely look to build up an early lead and kind of turn the tables on what has throughout this series largely been a counter jungle game being played by Dardoch. And in mid lane, it feels like the Syndra should be so good into the Diana. Like, you could just reactively scatter away any kind of lunar rushes. And yes, there will be a second one available, but by the time you've recovered from being stunned or at least pushed back, you are now going to be putting it on full cooldown, and you're going to be locking yourself into being in way too deep. You can't dash back to a minion or anything. You're going to take the full combo from Syndra at that point without being able to get away. And she's going to have created so much space as well in the time that you've been pushed away. She's been running away that whole time too. So I think this should be an angle for Young to be able to build up an advantage in the earlier game and potentially even be able to hold on to it by supporting Tomio on some of these invades.
Yeah, and we've seen Young in this series, what happens when they get ahead, when they're on a champ they are very comfortable on, and Syndra being one of them. It's a strong champion, and it also gives them the opportunity to put out a ton of damage and prevent the win conditions for Dorado. I am a little worried about the front line for Conviction, because it's just the Scion and their ability to prevent Jarvan Diana from getting back. Set is easy enough. You just don't give him an ult angle, try and stay out of the way. Obviously, Lucian's mobile enough to keep himself alive, but if they can't prevent that dive, that means that it doesn't matter how strong Young is on this Syndra. If they can't get in range to hit that ulti key onto the Kog'Maw, then it's just not going to be worth it. And the only other big concern I have is I've seen so many Zeds get picked, and if they don't get a kill or if they don't get ahead, this champ looks useless. But I trust Tomio based on what we've seen not only in this series, but what I've seen throughout his career. So hoping that he'll prove me wrong in this one.
Early clear is going to be real impactful here. Going to have angles to be able to counter jungle, especially if he is able to get some prio in some of his lanes. Those look like both junglers looking to start topside and move towards the bottom, because this could certainly be a very, very, I will say it, aggressive bottom side from both teams. Can really swing one way or the other. This is a newer Kog'Maw skin, isn't it? This is ridiculous.
I'm trying to see, is it the, yeah, that's one of the, I think that's one of like the dragon ones or dinosaur ones. I'm not sure. It's a pretty one though. Sushi has very good tasted skin, and I've noticed that throughout watching streams and stuff. So whereas Meech never wears a skin, so it's like the perfect juxtaposition.
Oh, is this Zapmaw from like the Pokemon set?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. All right. That's yeah.
It looks like
at least it's not Pugmaw. I can't complain.
It looks like a custom skin you'd download or something.
It does. It's a little thick in the front. No, it's definitely. I guess that's just the Kog'Maw model, though, right? That's kind of what all these skins are operating from. As Kay looking to trade aggressively here right from the get-go, utilizing the Grasp of the Undying up against the level 1 Scion.
I do want to see a bit of a get-right game for Kay here. Has been struggling throughout the course of this series. Now has... Last game we were questioning whether or not it was really a counter pick. This game, Set does have a good time into Scion, at least during the laning phase. Also can use Scion very effectively as an engage tool with the Showstopper to do well in these team fights. Kay obviously had a very impressive year in NACL on the second half. Had a very good combine during the off season. Always got fans in chat shouting them out, and now showing off some of these interactions for the set. But this is still tenacity, still a very strong top laner, and someone who can take a champ that's supposed to be a weak sider like Scion and turn it into a very hellish laning phase.
Yeah, he's been doing so well in lane throughout the night, but this time, yeah, Kay on the matchup advantage, looking to pressure his lead, and they're gonna be looking to kind of win on both these sides in this early game at the very least, because the duo of Kog'Maw Lulu is just so strong in the first few levels. You just get so much damage on your autos that you can kind of just walk at people. You have such long range. You're pumping out so much damage between Bio-Arcane Barrage and picks. And yeah, even the Might of Illusion Nami is not really going to be able to trade back into you very effectively. So you can see right there, like, he steps up, but ooh, the bubble is the difference maker, but a polymorph right back, going to make Sushi and Bounty feel comfortable in their ability to trade. Summoners from both sides, Barrier, Ghost, and both heals come out.
All non-flashes are down. Not often the way you see this matchup going. Dardoch is here for an early gank. Kog'Maw puts out a surprising amount of damage early in the game.
Yeah, Bounty going to take the aggro. They're going to look for the first blood on him each, and they will get it. They even juggle the aggro between Sushi and Bounty to prevent giving a kill back. Very clean from Dorado.
They just polymorph right off the bat. Doesn't even give Meech a chance to move at all. Flashes to try and get out of the way of incoming damage, but that polymorph follows you, makes it easy for them to lock you down. Kill even goes on to Sushi. Best start you could possibly ask for if you are Dorado, as tenacity mistimes just a little bit, but overall, backs for the cull. Speaking of skins, wearing the correct skin, the Lumberjack Scion up in this top side, and on the other hand, In the jungle matchup, they were talking about Zed wanting to get early leads. Jarvan, he's got one more sword than Zed, so gonna need to see Tomio get his money up at this moment.
Yep, hasn't made any groundbreaking invades happen yet. Maybe could still find some opportunities here. He does farm just a little bit faster, and you'll see he is going to be getting his second round of camps cleared here just a bit faster than Dardoch. It's K has to flash away from that decimating smash out of Tenacity. This pickaxe on the likes of Sushi going to make this bot lane go from tough to near impossible for the likes of Micha and Zyko. Good trade from K on that top side. Gets the Haymaker out and chunks Tenacity down very, very low, who's also basically out of mana at this point.
Yeah, one set builds up that pit grit. It makes it so hard to trade into him. You think that you have a decent spot because of the low health bar, and then all of a sudden set just starts glowing golden and regenning all of their HP. Holding the wave in a great spot here to prevent as much damage from coming through as possible. Tomio over here now.
Take him away from the turret, but can't quite finish off the job. Tenacity flashes back, and now waiting for him, like you said, is Tomio. Bubble connects again, this time on a bounty, but Meech is taking so much damage as a flash forward from Sushi, and down goes Meech again. This time kill credit going the way of bounty, and Aojun was able to find and kill off Tomio, who did not finish off K, so it all comes up Dorado.
Yep, K able to stay alive, and despite Tomio now having the sword advantage onto Dardoch, Dardoch's just taking Dragon this whole time, doesn't even care about what's going on, and Tenacity did also get out of there, flashed back under turret to stay alive, and does get to lane with 2 ruby crystals, just working on that call, wanting to get this lane pushed back in. Dardoch indicating he's going to open on his red buff. Tomio is in the area looking for an invade, but I don't think that this 2v2 is in favor of Conviction.
Going to be tough for them for sure, although that's a turret plate going the way of Tenacity. Dardoch will find Tomio working on his red buff, but that is a low energy Zed, and Dardoch is happy to take that fight. Fully procs the Conqueror. Young going to be able to get here way earlier. He turns it back around. Dardoch able to make it a 1-for-1, and now Aojun is in there. Doesn't have the Moonfall available, but is still happy to brawl with Young at melee range all day long. K showing up to this fight as well, trying to keep it going up against Tenacity, as both solo laners will fall to half, and the junglers will trade 1-for-1.
Good bubble landing onto Sushi, but this, I thought this champ was supposed to scale. I thought this was a scaling champ. Kog'Maw better early than Lucian at the moment. I mean, tearing through the health bars, and even when they land a bubble, land full combos onto the likes of these members. Oh, but too far forward. Bounty gets greedy. They didn't know that Homie was waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I mean, Aojun will take this fight, though. He just dashes on in onto Zyko, gets the execution. Meech is so dang low. Living Artillery is found by Sushi to claim the kill on Meech, and it's a 2-for-2 in the extended trade on the bottom side. And now Sushi has to get the hell out of there because Young is rapidly approaching, needs to dodge the stun. Young holding on to it. Sushi takes one orb, can't dodge forever. Shutdown goes to Young.
Played it as safe as he possibly could, but still goes down. Shut down for Young, and that really is the win condition now. As early as it is, Kog'Maw is only going to get stronger throughout the course of this game, and the only champ that could possibly prevent them from running through the team is sitting under their top turret, trying to farm up, get as many kills as possible. I like this decision by Conviction. Get them out of that bot side, get them in the middle of the map so that Sushi can't just free fire and get kills and uncontested CS over and over and over again. They are still losing very strongly. It doesn't matter what lane they're in, this Kog'Maw is going to dominate, but at least now they've got much more access with their side lane and jungler.
Yeah, absolutely here. Oh, going to be looking for another cycle on towards the dragon once it does spawn. Dorado, of course, with both of the early objectives here, and Dardoch feeling quite strong for the time being. a good early start on the Jarvan, having not been counter jungled too heavily by this Zed. And K having probably his best laning phase so far here. He's a little bit behind in CS, but he's been able to claim plenty of turret plates, and he's going to get another shot at them here as he forces Tenacity back.
Yeah, able to take advantage here. Did Meech buy a red potion? Is that what that effect is?
No, you can't buy it this early.
Yeah,
I didn't see, but
I'm not sure.
certainly
Is that... No, he had a red glow for quite a while, and I was thinking that would be an interesting decision as early as Jun is going to be taken down in the bottom lane.
Dive in, and Aojun will be finished on off. Killing spree for Young as he gets himself up to 3-0.
Good call by conviction, understanding they got the numbers advantage. No dragon for a minute, and they see the main carries bottom side, or mid lane, excuse me, for Dorado. Meech doing a good job collecting as much CS as possible, but this is the fear as Bubble does land, but no ulti on Zed means this is going to be very tough. Dardoch waiting in the wings. This is the risk you run when you go for something that's aggressive like Lucian, sure, but Meech has shown you he is dominant on these passive zoning 80 carries, and now you're going for something aggressive.
Cataclysm onto both, knock up onto both, knock up again from Bounty, and Dorado White turn the fight in an instant. There's going to be a return kill found onto Dardoch by Meech, so it's a 1-for-1 at this stage. Sushi out of mana, could not get involved in the play, but he might get involved whether he likes it or not. Has to flash back away, returning a lot of damage onto Tomio, but the threat of giving another kill over to Young is just too great. He's gonna have to retreat. K at risk of getting solo killed right back. Tenacity gets himself a solo bolo in the top lane.
His name is his greatest attribute. It doesn't matter how hard you turn the matchup around. This guy will always find a way to win the lane, and now up 10 CS, has the tempo advantage, able to push in, and Aojun going deep on Meech, but gets hit by the bubble.
Oh, these bubbles from Psycho have just been so good this game, and they give Meech another lifeline in this game. Was set so far behind, but has gotten so much room to play thanks to clutch bubbles from Zyko. They're going to try to run down Young here, though. They've got backup from Bounty, and they've got Ghost on Sushi. Heal and Ghost both used. And they get the flash out of Young.
No wild growth available. I know that it didn't happen there, and I might curse these players once again, but they're going to have to be a little bit careful because Young has that unleash power up and available, and the shield from Lulu will be huge, but without wild growth, that's an enormous amount of damage that can come through from Syndra, and Dragon now almost all the way down. Tomio not able to get there in time,
Idle
but
wave.
Lucian's on the flank.
Dardoch going to jump over the wall, but Tomio was already able to get the cast of death mark off. Back over the wall, going on to Aojun, who is going to be able to execute Zyko. Aojun not going to last very long, though. He falls back down to the opposite side, and meanwhile, Bounty was soloed out by Young. Sushi falling lower and lower, but he has the backup of Dardoch to get the kill right back onto Meech. Tomio still hunting with these shurikens, and living artillery is such a big threat for Conviction's low health bars. Dardoch going to be able to force back Tomio over the wall. Young still hunting around for that last little bit of damage. Can't find the stun on a Sushi, but he will finish off Dardoch as Tomio and Young are able to retreat and keep their lives.
Young, the hope right now for Conviction. Sushi shopping a little bit greedy.
Yeah, Young dominating now, up to 6-0, and Conviction are putting all their hopes into the basket of Young as K gets a solo kill right back onto Tenacity.
That's gotta feel so good. Doesn't have Base Breaker up and available yet, but he's got a Haymaker, and that's all you need when you're the pit boss. Good fight for Conviction, and Meech on the flank did an excellent job, made a great decision. Just focus down the Lulu, understanding that once this enchanter is gone, it'll be so much easier to take down the Kog'Maw, to take down the Jarvan in the extended play. Landed a majority of the culling onto Lulu, was able to take them out, showing you, I mean, that's why this guy excels on these high range zone champs because he's great at making decisions in these team fights, and Lucian has to put himself in a much riskier situation to do so, but able to make a big play in that team fight. Syndra now sitting on 2 items. Cosmic Drive completed means that this Syndra is going to be able to fly around these team fights, put out so much damage, and most importantly, get to the Kog'Maw to delete Sushi from these very, very important fights. As Rift Herald up and available, Dorado has dominated the objective game. Gonna need to take a lot for conviction to tie that up.
Yeah, it's really all going to come down to who can play around their respective carry better. Plenty of dive tools available for both teams to try to access the Kog'Maw and the Syndra respectively. Question is, can they get onto Kog'Maw before he wreaks too much damage to be able to recover from in the team fight? Ulling opened up to try to clear out some of this wave, but it's just getting tanked on up by Sushi with the help of the shielding from Lulu. Young a menace in this side lane, but Aojun thinks he's found him, dives in, gets the Moonfall down to hold him still. K doesn't land the face breaker, and that makes this fight a whole lot tougher. Meanwhile, Sushi has been isolated on the opposite side. They need to get this kill onto Young as things are going poorly on the opposite end of the fight. They do secure the kill on the Young, and Sushi escapes on a tiny sliver.
Yeah, I mean, Young just not able to get the very edge of the W to land overall. Bought so much time as Tomio has to ult to get himself into a safer position.
Wow. I got whiplash after that one. The smite going to leave Tomio out in the middle of the lane. Casts ultimate, flashes back over the wall, and does get himself out of there eventually. Aojun going to try to navigate away from Tenacity here, and actually does a great job, avoids the minion that got shouted towards him for the slow. K TP's over. Can he get onto him? He's pretty speedy, but Tenacity should be able to rock this one out.
That was like a Pokemon lore accurate roar. Just yelled at him and forced K to run away from him. Shot him out of the fight. As we take a bit of a reset, zoom out. This Scion is only going to become more and more of an issue. Has only the Titanic Hydra, no real tank items built just yet. Going for another Bruiser-esque item with that drill in pocket, and been shouting out itemizations that are smart all series. I want to continue here. I love that Sushi didn't buy Bork. Bork has become an increasingly less popular item, and Kog'Maw essentially gets Bork when he presses W. So you can bypass that item, go right for the Gwynsu's. You have so much extra damage thanks to the Lulu being in your corner, and I do think that he's going for it now, but this is an opportunity where you can go a much, much more gold efficient build, because they're trying to get this kill onto Scion.
Yeah, pulling Tenacity out of position, also blocking his ultimate. K flashing for more, has the big haymaker, and will be able to claim himself the kill, tying the score up at 12-12. Can walk away from Tenacity as well. This is a great angle onto the inner turret. They can tank it up for a minute or two to make sure that they get that gold, and just like that, Dorado will bring the gold to near even.
They do trade over the turret on the bottom side, and the first dragon for conviction will be slain. The Chemtech dragon, as we take a look at the gold here, 1,000 advantage in the jungle, just about 200 4K in this top side. Honestly, the 80 carry gold diff isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Only 1,000 in favor of Sushi. The story here really, though, 1,500 gold lead for the Syndra, and there isn't a ton of tank on the side of Dorado. Only 2 champs who can even really build it, as huge bubble again. Zyko shows up in this series and playing so incredibly well.
He really has just been so good on this Nami this game. There's another one. This one going to open up on towards Dardoch. I don't know if that's the target that Tomio wants, though. Going to get hit by that knockup. Commits the death mark. Looking to finish off Dardoch. Dardoch stays alive, and Aojun finishes off Tomio. Now Sushi gliding through the fight. Solos out Zyko. And Young and Meech have got to head to the hills for their lives. 5 versus 2 in this mid lane. Going to have to play very cautiously if they want to try to avoid losing this tower. They're going to do their best to clear the wave, but need to not get picked in the process.
I can understand how in 2026 now, after playing this meta all year, you can go for a fight like that and Tomio can go over the wall, hit the death mark as Tenacity's going all in here on K, but I don't know if he's got enough to kill here.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication. K takes him away as Dardoch slides in. They don't chain the CC, and Tenacity just walks away with a solo kill.
But he's playing Scion, so he should have run to save his life with Aojun coming, but he wants the wave. He wants the minions, give him the passive stacks. Aojun kills him, whatever. Bows in law. He's going to walk up, get a demolish proc on this turret, but not until... he's just going to kill the minions instead. With 2 on the top side, though, Dardoch has run all the way down to this bottom lane, trying to get in position.
They don't want to lose this in this Otacon. Sushi flashing forward, Young flashing back. Otacon falling lower and lower, but Dardoch and Aojun have arrived at the scene. Aojun going to force off Tomio, flashes on towards Meech, goes into the stasis, guarantees Otacon for the likes of Dardoch, and Dorado put a stop to this nonsense from Conviction. Flash in for the Cataclysm from Dardoch to try to claim this fight and even more for the side of Dorado. Young's got nowhere left to go. It's a double kill for Dardoch.
Conviction are thinking, if we win this game, thank God they are taking that objective out of the game. Free leash for Dorado. Sushi, though, out of position, does get found. Huge shutdown goes over to Tomio. That is gold that was desperately needed for the Zed. Tenacity trying to save this mid turret, doing all that they can to kill the minions. Bounty trying to slow them down, but again, I don't know if they have enough. Great double bubble there to move Tenacity out of the fight. It's so hard to keep in mind how much sustain Lulu provides when all season long it's been nothing but engaged supports. But Lulu, even in that last fight, just using Wild Growth on Kog'Maw, completely ate up the Unleashed power, as Nasty is tanking up a lot, but he really needs to be backing up pretty soon because he's getting quite low.
Yeah, tries to charge in, does get blocked immediately by Dardoch. Tidal Wave comes on across. Aojun dives into the back line, goes into the stasis, and a face breaker onto 2 from K will get him a near instant double kill. Aojun up a little bit far, gets hit by the Unleashed power, but that's a tool that you probably need to one-shot Sushi that's now not going to be available. At the end of the day, it's 1 for 2.
I'd love to know what the communications were in that fight, because I honestly have absolutely no idea why they were positioning like that, why they were playing that so aggressive. It's a 1 for 2. You get the kill on Diana, but no shutdown. I'm not sure why they were prioritizing that so hard. Dragon's not up for another 45 seconds. They've already got decent vision in the area. They didn't have vision in the mid-brush, so they didn't know Ajun was standing right there. Just a bit baffling across the board, but I do think they need to be a bit more cautious here, because Young is your avenue to win this game and has the Seekers, has both needlessly large rods for the Rabadon's death cap, but can't afford to complete either of those items. You would have loved to not force Young to move into the mid lane for that last fight and allow them to just be bot, getting farm, continuing to CS up, and then back and teleport to this dragon with enough gold to finish one of those items. But that was then, and this is now. We are here at this 4th dragon of the game. It could be soul point for Dorado, or it could be
Aojun with a massive flank gets the moonfall onto 3. It's all the squishies lined up together. A beautiful flank found by the Dorado mid laner will claim this dragon for free.
Unbelievable positioning from Aojun. Doesn't even have a sweeper, just remembers the route, finds his angle, waits for his team. Patience pays off, gets every single one of the carries dead in an instant. That will be soul point, that will be mid inner turret. Now, with bot lane under siege, it's time for Conviction to start getting a little desperate. They've got to start trying to take big swings, and this looks like the first one, as trying to find Key out in the jungle.
Yeah, Tomio trying to jump away. Will be a full decimating smash landed on this Sushi. That's not going to happen very often in this game, but it's not going to be enough. There's nobody there for the follow-up damage. Tidal Wave coming on through, going to find its way onto everybody but Sushi K. Going to tank a culling to the back, but he's tanky enough to be able to stay alive for this. Flashes back in. Haymaker connects onto Young, and he pulls back Tenacity to make it a double kill. And here it is again. Aojun off the flank just shows up and blows up Meech. Dorado win another fight, claim another 3, and this Baron is going to be theirs.
Just not communicative enough. They don't know what their target is, and Sushi walks away full HP. Only thing low is his mana because of all of the abilities used, all of the different living artilleries, and great replay shown here. Blue orb goes down as Baron is taken in the live. Just walks around and waits after using that enhanced blossom. Waits for Tenacity, goes right past him. Doesn't even care about the Scion and the wild growth to come in as well. Immediate polymorph onto Meech. Huge play by Aojun. And now with the Baron buff, the Kog'Maw about to get third item, has the Bork, has the Guinsoo's, which means that the Scion, who isn't even really building tank, is just going to be no match once that Bio Arcane Barrage is activated. They have found Key again, but he's not going to be easy to kill.
Not at all. It's going to have that Sterix back up here before long, too. For another fat shield, and yeah, Dorado kind of running away with it here. Have won 2 massive team fights in a row. They've got Baron at their backs, and they feel confident in just staying grouped up as 5. Stun only connects on Aojun there from the likes of Young. They should be able to just brute force their way in here. In goes the dive. It's once again on towards Tomio this time, actually. And Tomio will be finished off by those minions. They try to keep Sushi standing in the front line. Can't stay long enough, but they do carry in the Scion off the back of a massive showstopper from K. And that's enough for Aojun and K to just rampage through the fight. Even when Sushi falls, too much damage has already been done. It's an ace for just the Kog'Maw. Dorado White will take us to game number 5.
I can't think of a better way for us to return after our holiday break. A 5-game banger between 2 teams, both equally deserving of heading to the finals, showing off so well in these games. And I think another massive demonstration of the skill on both teams is, you know, Conviction, as you can see, like, they played this all right. It was just outplays, and we talked about needing Sushi to be on something carry-oriented. The Kog'Maw comes in with like, oh, that's going to be a bit scaling, but from the first minute of the game, this guy is full throttle, playing so far forward. K, able to actually get some agency in the laning phase, and going into this game 5, you know, Conviction now are the ones who, they've got their backs against the wall. It's a tied series, but as we've been talking about all night long, those pools getting thinner and thinner and thinner, all that momentum built from game 3 now stifled. They're going to have to take a big collective deep breath to figure out the strategy going forward here.
Yeah, and I mean, great game from K, right? It wasn't a perfect laning phase up against Tenacity Scion, but he gets out of there and is able to have some really, really impactful team fights. And Aojun on the Diana, we had some questions about that last pick choice, especially facing down up against the Syndra. Young got so strong earlier on, but he finds the flank angles that he needs to be successful back to back in the later stages of the game to be able to claim this win for Dorado White. I think a massive pop-off game from both of the young carries here on Dorado, and you know, 2 players that I'm very excited about coming into 2026. Love this game for them on 2 unique picks in the Diana and the Kog'Maw.
Absolutely, and I think it is very nerve-wracking for Conviction fans going into game 5, because Aojun has shown skill on not only the control mages throughout the entirety of the season and career, but also the Yone today looked good, this Diana looked good, and if Young keeps up their track record, as you mentioned, they've got one champ left, and it is the Akali. We talked about Galio this game. Galio gets SmackDown next game, and what is Akali going to do? And then you still got stuff like Silas that's up and available, Victor that does quite well into the Akali. So I think if I am coaching Dorado, we just want to take away. The bans have been a bit more flexible these last couple games. Let's take that Akali away, and let's just force at least one matchup that someone's going to be uncomfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, Young defaults to these few champions. He definitely has more in the tank. He'll play a Victor or something, I'm sure, if the opportunity is necessary there, or a Hui or whatever other champions in the current meta are your choice here. But yeah, I mean, certainly has been a pretty consistent pattern from this Conviction team so far. And now that they get pushed to Fearless game number 5, they're going to have to pull out all the stops and find a way to take the win up against Dorado. These teams haven't played since pre-playoffs in a best of 3. That was won by Dorado. Of course, that was some players different on these lineups. So going to really be a massive game coming on up here. One team going to be bowing out of ACL in 3rd place. The other will get a best of 5 up against Milk to try to win themselves a title. Doesn't get any better than this, Jack. We're going to throw it to another break. But when we're back, game number 5 draft coming on up. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL lower finals, where we are going to game number 5, Conviction and Dorado White. Back and forth all night long. All comes down to one final game to find out who will be facing off against Milk in the grand finals and who will be going home, settling for third.
Yeah, and it's something that we often overlook in these series because the real reason that they're playing is for the allure of the ACL championship. But at the same time, it's a $500 difference, or it's a $480 difference between second place and third place. So even if they don't win in those grand finals, that's still a pretty decent change in these two spots. So that is another one of the many motivators to come out on top in this final game of the series. 40 champions are banned before we even get started. And with the side swap coming through, I think this is the time in these series you want to be on red side. With so much taken away, there's so many different picks that have very specific counters that you can take advantage of at this point. But I do still think support is going to be a focus. Rel is available still, and that's the type of champion that Dorado can avoid banning and maybe just take the Poppy ban away like that, take the Poppy ban away from Conviction, and now they kind of force it out of Conviction. Like, you either ban this champ or we're just going to first pick it.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan's still up and available as well for some additional engage opportunities. Zyko, a very experienced Rakan player in his own right, threatening the Xayah Rakan too. Going to be a potential duo that you can do coming into this late in the series, with a lot of those base meta 80 carries already taken off the board. A lot of the safer options are already gone. The Jhin, the Ezreal, the Corki, the Misfortune, the Unara, and then this Varus likely to stay being banned coming into this game number 5 as well. So I don't think we're going to get to see his face at all. Definitely going to be an interesting matchup on that front. And then junglers are also largely taken off the board, especially if they keep this Vi ban. There's a Mel ban. I wonder if that's gearing up for a potential Seraphine.
Potential Seraphine. It also makes me think about Ornn. It also makes me think about... no, Yone's already been picked. Ymel is a crazy Yone ban, but that's already gone, so won't be dealt with here. Also, Seraphine in the bottom lane, like not in support, extremely strong. And in a game like this, where Tomio showed, I think, like a champ like Zed, he can play on a carry, maybe just not the Zed specific. There's still a lot of damage dealing junglers up and available that are, I feel like, more in his wheelhouse. Stuff like Viego still up and available with the Kiana. That could prove very good. Caitlyn ban coming through. I think that they're trying to get him on Sivir. They want him on something that he can't really run the game for a long time. And he could pivot and just say Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa's good here. Poppy's banned. But they are going to do what I said, and they take the Rel first pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of good Rel counters left, right? The Alistar's banned away. The Alistar's Fearless away. The Poppy is banned away. The best options into the Rel not going to be available this time around, and going to be hard to keep her still and stop her from crashing down through the team. There's that Victor that I called out earlier. So Young will show a champion not in that core 6 that he has played all season long. A 7th champion has arrived for Young in this tournament, and its name is Victor. The Rakan going to be the selection now for Zyko, so we will get to see him play one of his all-time best champions. And this is just some basic team fighting tools starting off for CNV. I like this for them, just trying to keep things simple. And I think Dorado is probably trying to do very much the same. I think they're going to end up with somewhat of a team fight draft as well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, the Xayah already looks pretty good, but there's still a lot of pivot available. Rakan has many more good duos. I'm surprised. I mean, obviously it's Zyko, so he's going to be able to pilot this Rakan extremely well. But I also feel like Braum would have been a good pick there because the lane counters aren't available. You already locked in Rel, but it would have fit well into whatever comp they're going to put around the Rel. I like the Smolder. This is a champion that has received some buffs recently, and just with the items you build, it's so hard to punish in lane and stop you from stacking. The only way that you can stop it is by just constantly fighting, getting him out of lane, forcing him to group with his team. And with the Victor, that's something they can potentially do, but now Jax has been picked, and that throws everything for a loop because Conviction's got to be thinking, where is that going?
Yeah, the flex here is going to be super valuable for them. It's one of K's best champions. He's played it a whole bunch. He's going to be happy to get his hands on it, even up against Tenacity, who he's struggled with all night. And Dardoch can play it as well, right? And give him that kind of carry force in the jungle that we were talking about. I think Meech is just going to rip the Xayah here. I think that's going to be a strong duo for him. It'll give them a strong lane into the Rel and the Smolder. It'll let them dodge out on Rel engage as well as Jax engage if they need to. And, you know, you've got Victor for this kind of sustainable late game DPS as well. There it goes. Meech happy to snap that one up, and it will be potentially, well, a mid laner left for Dorado, and then either a jungle or top laner for them. And then it will be top and jungle left for Conviction.
Yep, and we still have a lot of great options available for Dorado in the mid lane. Aojun, Silas looks good here. Silas with quickness is very strong. Blade Caller as well. You can't obviously pull, or Feather Storm, you can't pull those feathers in, but gives you some untargetability, intangibility that works very well. The Galio can do decent into Victor Hui, obviously up and available, but you want to be able to be compatible with this identity of diving in behind the Rel, giving Smolder time to scale. Aurora being gone also fits. You don't want anything that can burst out. Gragas, they want no sort of disengage or ability to move you around. I'm still liking Ornn for Conviction here. I feel like it just does such a good job. If you don't have Braum, Ornn is like the second best champ at dispelling any attempts to fight into you and stopping everything right in its tracks.
I think compositionally it makes a lot of sense here for Conviction, but I mean, the thing is, if you're facing off against the Jax in the top lane, like, and your Conviction in this state, I mean, Tenacity has been slamming K all night long, right? I think you want to try to get him a matchup where he can dominate. And you see, they're already trying to they're taking away the Gragas, they're taking away the Kennen, kind of matchups that feel fine into the Jax. At least it seems like for Dorado White. Wonder what they have in the tank here. The Lee Sin for Tomio. If anybody was going to pick up their backs up against the wall, I would have guessed it would have been Dardoch. But you are picking it up against Dardoch.
When I was looking through available junglers earlier, I saw Lee Sin and I was like, I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to put it in the air. And I feel like it's like superstition at this point, where it's like, oh, this is Lee Sin, it's gonna lose, but it's like it is a good champ. These are players who have played it a ton, but at the same time, I just think of do and be mid Lee Sin in my head, and I just have that sticking in there. I'm like, God, that was useless. But I was gonna suggest maybe Ornn jungle, because then, like you said, you can still get a good top. Okay, now we're just going bad champ for bad champ. Aurelia is crazy here.
Is this for K? It might be. It might be for K. It might be the blind Irelia for
Could
K.
be for Aojun.
It could be for Aojun. It could
It's
be for
good into
Aojun.
Victor.
It's fine into the Victor. I guess we'll find out as to whether or not Aojun locks in a different champion here. It could be for Aojun, and it is for Aojun. It's Ivern for Dardoch. Aojun mid Irelia, K top Jax. Conviction now knows that they have a Jax lane to play into for Tenacity, and he's gonna lock in Shogath.
You know what? It's a bit of a get ready type of situation, because a Shogath lover's coming, and now we have it in the top side at least. Tenacity can do a lot on this. I think that this is the type of game you're gonna want to go for, like the full tank Shogath. This is not a Shirelia's Reverie, like Rift Maker type game. You need to be able to frontline, stop the engage from Dorado Gaming. But I mean, we can talk about the uniqueness of the champs and stuff, but I think that
It's
this Dorado
Tenacity top lane Lee Sin.
Never mind. I was going to say that Dorado is going to have a little bit of a better matchup, but I think it's going to be a lot better now, because the amount that Ivern can provide in these team fights is going to be so unbelievable that any problem that Aurelia or Jax might run into in the laning phase, Azir can make up for. And putting all that pressure on one player is obviously a lot, but it's going to be Dorado with that pressure. This is a guy who loves the Ivern and pulls it out always in these very high pressure situations. And in a game 5 to go to the ACL finals, perfect time to pull it out.
Dardoch is one of the smartest junglers we have in tier 2, tier 3. He's seen it all. He's been through all the metas. He is one of the best Ivern players that you can ask for in a situation like this. He will have a very solid game plan. He will be able to dictate the pace of the game if you let him. And that is what Dorado need from him right now. He has been a major mentor to all these young players on his team. In particular, Aojun and Sushi has played on lineups with both of these guys. Played with Sushi on Lotus back when they were trying to qualify in 2024, when Sushi really kind of showed up on everyone's radar outside of those of us here in ACL. And with Aojun on CCG back in the spring split, was playing with him as well. Now he gets to join all his boys together. And in this final, most crucial moment, he gets to snap up the Ivern, and he's just here to enable him.
Yeah, and then, you know, hoping to get on to the finals where he'd be facing Hoarder, another one of these players that was able to mentor throughout the beginnings of the NACL this year. It really, you know, this ACL lower and upper or grand final is just the story of the players that have been at some point touched by Dardoch's amazing play and gifting tier 2 with his continued presence. And I am, though, a little bit worried about Dorado Gaming if they can't stay even. Because if Aurelia gets behind, if Jax gets behind, these champions will do nothing to get through the front line. I can't believe I'm about to say the front line of Lee Sin, as if it's like an actual like top lane, like running in guy, not jungle. But Cho'Gath is going to have really good econ in the jungle with no one pushing him off, no Jax continuously stunning him and running him down. Victor is going to do so well at slowing the engage and the dive out of Dorado Gaming. And then Meech has played so steady on every game that he's played his style of champion, the Lucian, obviously an off game on something he's not as proficient with. Alongside Psycho on the signature champ, it's going to have to be decisive. They are going to have to be the ones playing with conviction. They are going to have to be the ones pulling the trigger and deciding when these fights take place.
Indeed. Welcome, everybody, to Summoner's Rift for game number 5. One team will be exiting the ACL in 3rd place. One team will be making it to the grand finals, and Tomio gonna get found immediately by Dardoch and K. Aojun approaching as well. Note that all these champions are melee. It's gonna be a slight numbers advantage for the likes of Conviction, and we're gonna flip it at level 1, baby. Flash in from Bounty, gets the knockups onto 2. Tomio falls for first blood. Tenacity trades it back, but he's gonna lose his life as well. It is a 2-for-1. Dorado White get the better.
Yeah, of course we couldn't just have a nice, slow, methodical, macro-decided game 1. We're flipping it. Kills go on to K, Dardoch, and Tenacity, so things will be pretty even in the top side. Glowing Moat picked up 4K, and Tenacity goes for the cloth armor, but this Ivern getting boots level 1, this is going to be so massive. The ability to set up the passive on these camps, get out into a lane, and start trying to find advantages for his teammates. Such a great early decision there from Dardoch to grab that up. And it's been a while since I've seen the Lee Sin top lane. I believe it was 2021 that became pretty meta. That was like the Nocturne top was a big thing then too. But you have really good wave clear with the E. You have a lot of damage with Q. It's just about being able to pick fights a little bit better, as Aojun has the Conqueror and passive fully stacked.
Yeah, really taking a strong trade up against Young here. He's going to regret a tussle in that early. K, though, ticks level 2 first, and now Tenacity in a little bit of a dicey situation. He tries to clear on out the waves. Oh, does land himself the Tempest, and will keep this trade going up against K. He thinks he can win out this one-on-one. I don't know if he can. He connects another Tempest, but that is a nice edge fight in the top lane.
Yeah, Lee Sin doesn't have access to the safeguard yet. Once Lee Sin gets his W, the amount of sustain that can come through in these 1v1s is just so annoying. Is Aojun going for the dive here?
Turret looking for the solo kill. He gets it. Feet of Warfare to Dorado White. And as the wave crashes, this is positive for Aojun, bar none.
I mean, never mind. Not even going to bring it up.
All right, Dardoch coming in for the dive. Dardoch up against Tenacity will claim a 4th kill for Dorado White. And this early game has all gone according to Dorado's plan. The top side popping off as Sushi farms up this Smolder in the bottom lane.
I feel like when coaches tell their players, like, hey, game 5, we got nothing to lose. There's no games after this. We have to just go all out. Both of these teams taking that fully to heart, playing full pedal to the metal, full throttle, as aggressive as they possibly can be, as close to the edge as they can, and showing up everywhere except for this bottom lane as Tomio does land a good rupture. Able to yell at Dardoch quite loudly, has Young in their back pocket, but Aojun has a pretty good angle here, but can't land that duet. Neither.
And I'd be yelling too if both my solo laners had died pre-4 minutes.
Yeah, this Cho'Gath jungle. It's like, what am I supposed to do to help you guys? And look how small he is. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Coming in here, going to help guide this wave in for Young, if nothing else. And ooh, the knockup is actually going to connect here. Aojun going to be forced to the defensive stance. Tomio stuck underneath the turret. Aojun flashes after him. Aojun gets another one. Double buffs in the pocket of the Irelia, and he's still got the TP after he recalls.
Yeah, remember when I said what happens if Aurelia gets behind, it'll be pretty bad? Doesn't look as bad now. Flawless Duet will allow them to get out of the way once Lee Sin shows up, but Dardoch is still looming. Able to get there helps Aojun clear out that wave so that they can take a decent reset. And I mean, this Aurelia is about to be an amazing, amazing fighter in these upcoming fights before a ton of damage can really be gained by Conviction. Merc Tread's first buy, I think it's a great decision. Aurelia's passive gives you so much extra damage once you stack it up on just a couple ability uses. So being able to have that tenacity so that you can have as much uptime as possible is going to be extremely useful. And into Victor, you've only got really one CC ability available, and being able to avoid that will be huge to winning this lane further.
Oh, the dive underneath the turret from Bounty. Zyko doing his best to apply shields, keep Meech up and strong. We'll have to use the heal. Zyko will stay alive. And we do enter the pause. A probably necessary breather for Conviction here. You know, I'm sure the pause is because of actual technical issues, but oh, speaking of actual technical issues, come on.
Yeah, this is one of those for all of those. I'm thinking about this. I went to the Patriots game Sunday. Anyone watches football, you know, you'll see players tapping the top of their head saying, like, I'm out of breath. I need the oxygen. Take me out of this game. And that was like, that might be this pause here saying, all right, everyone just take a breath. This is one of those moments where if we had coaches allowed to talk in game, is just Conviction's coach being like, everyone calm down. Like, just take a breath and get right, because we haven't even had any objectives taken yet.
Oh, I hear game sounds in the background, so it looks like we're going to get right back into it before too long. Pause after the pause, of course, as always. And still, I do think a couple of breaths could do Conviction well here. Definitely felt like they felt pressure to do something in mid lane. They got themselves over to try to deal with Young. Tomio overextends. He dies. Now Tenacity's getting involved over there. They still can't pick up the kill. And I do think, while they need to start to try to win the game earlier on, I don't know if they need to fully sacrifice the way that they have thus far this early. I think you can get yourself a couple of levels and try to at least have some more tools to manufacture yourself positive situations. But now Aojun rocking the double buffs in mid lane, already 20 CS up. This is a tough game to play for Young.
Yeah, and even with only upgraded boots and inventory, the kill pressure is still there. I like this roam by Zyko. K has been very, very aggressive, even getting on the line of turret aggro to try and push onto Tenacity. But
Tenacity
does have
about to hit 6? Better be.
He better be. He's not being shown yet. Tomio might have gotten shown there on a minion, but I doubt it based on the way K is playing here. They've got to just pull the trigger, though.
Yeah, he's going to try to just either flash behind him and kick him under the turret, I think. They've got Zyko and Tomio in the wings, but Bounty and Sushi arrived to the scene as well. Knockup connects onto K, but I think the chances for this to turn into a fight have already evaporated. Tenacity is just way too damn low. It's a 3-on-3. Nobody will fall. Tenacity will get out with his life at least.
Yeah, so all they've really done is just soak a ton of experience away from Tenacity and just hold them under turret. Allow Dorado to pull off their own lane swap. No one has taken dragons still. Grubs will spawn in a minute's time. They're still on the top side fighting. Bounty very low, but no Sonic Wave available to take down the Rel. On the bot side, though, I mean, out of all the champs that we've seen played, Zaya's not one that you're really like, let's just get him on a side lane, let him farm, and we'll wait till the late game. But still, good place to be. No real chance of Jax getting on with the cleanse in pocket, as well as that Featherstorm, obviously. Just going to sit down there, collect some CS, and make sure that they at least see if they go on to the dragon.
And I mean, this is like as the grubs spawn too. Dardoch just waiting there for it to come on up. And he should be able to secure them no problem. He's got Sushi at his back. Tenacity, he knows, is at about half HP. And the threat that Aojun brings from mid lane, he's just forcing Young to come back to mid. He's got a vacuum pressure in that mid lane, as you can't just let these waves die to turret. And he's too strong to be tussled with long term. He's got a 1-level advantage. He's got better items. And he will all in you if given the opportunity. K gets an in-line on towards Meech, takes him for most of what he's worth, now gets rooted on up, and he's going to try to back on away. This is a TP from Tenacity, but it's a pre-10-minute TP, so it's way too slow. Or is it? Tenacity shows on up here. Going to try to Dragon Rage him into the wall. Goes for the execution. Can't find the damage. K gets the knockup. K gets the stun. K cleans up Tenacity. And in game number 5, the top lane fortunes have turned.
It was way too early from Tenacity. Not enough damage coming through on the execute from that resonating strike. Just hands over 300 gold to K. I know what Conviction wanted on that bottom say. They had to trade the dragon for those grubs. Ivern typically has an extremely hard time with these neutral objectives, so you want to be able to trade on the other side of the map, but just not worth it. And Meech almost died solo to the Jax, not expecting as much damage to come out as there was. Psycho not yet level 6, so no access to the quickness means that if that grand entrance does not hit, there's no follow-up, as Sushi's just trying to clear out this wave and keep the push going with no mana means that he's not going to be able to do it, though.
Yeah, stun coming on through. Bounty and Sushi will back on off, and when the world needed him most, when Dorado needed him most, K has appeared most of the way towards the Trinity Force, ahead in lane, up against Tenacity, has a level lead, has a CS lead, however minor it is, and it's just the exact opposite of how every top lane matchup has been going all series long. In the most critical moment, Conviction's most consistent victory lane has just crumbled here. Tenacity's Lee Sin not showing up the way that this team needed it to. And Conviction, you can see, are scrambling to try to find another answer. They need to get Young ahead. They need to get Meech ahead, but instead they're the ones getting ganked. It's another double Magnet Storm found by Bounty, and this is just 2 supports attacking the mid lane until Sushi can show on up. They force out the Chaos Storm, and it will be a successful retreat for Young, but just flexing those muscles in mid lane.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one was a little bit overzealous. Your Ivern Rel is probably not gonna be able to 2v2 the Victor Rakan, but you can try. And now Rakan, once again in a difficult spot, but is going to have access to that enhanced battle dance to just dash out of there if need be.
Aojun with an angle on the tenacity. This is dangerous territory for the top laner, and he will have to flash back away. Pressure continuing to be exerted on anybody who dares to lane up against Aojun. And this guy, what a night he has had.
Yeah, if he was asking for the VOD after last game, he's going to be spamming us for this game. I mean, he's absolutely running the show. And I do think never mind, I'll wait for it. Dardoch does land a root.
Knockup connects, but K gets right on in there off of the root caller. They're going to try to chain CC onto Ivern, and they used the feast already, but Tomio couldn't finish off the kill. Zyko on a sliver. Young TP's into the fray, but so does Aojun, and he just might be the most dangerous player on the map. Sushi flapping in from above, flashes forward, and Sushi will find the first kill of the fight. Bounty looking for some stuns, can't get him onto Meech, and he and Zyko will be able to back away. Zyko on just a sliver. Young trying to find the damage, and while Conviction, they've managed to cut their losses down to only one. They need to be the ones winning these fights, and they're the ones getting pushed back.
They just seem shell-shocked. They're going for these deep plays, but they just don't ever win them. I'm shocked that they are continuing to opt for these fights. I think when you draft this way, when you pick these champs, it is a bit jarring where your Conviction, you're sitting there and you're going, okay, well, they're playing Aurelia somewhere, and now they've got Ivern coming in. It's like, what do we do? Okay, I guess we Cho'Gath and then flex the Lee Sin top, put the Cho'Gath jungle so we can eat Daisy, and it's like, just play your game. Like, Dorado were able to cross you up with these unique picks, and it wasn't, you know, unique for the sake of it. Dardoch is an incredible Ivern player. Aojun knows how to play the Aurelia. They picked it because they know how to play it. And I mean, if I'm Milk Esports, I'm sitting there, obviously this game isn't over yet, but I'm sitting there terrified going, I don't want to really play against either of these teams right now.
I think you bring up a good point about these creative picks, though. Hang on, K starting to fight with Tomio and winning it. He's going to need to be able to jump back over the wall. Sushi waiting for him to try to give him that path. The stun lasts forever, though, and Young will clean up a kill. A quick bit of relief to Conviction after a rough early game, but it's Meech who's cut off from behind, and I think Aojun's about to pack himself up another kill. Dives onto the former pro, and will be able to get himself another one.
Yeah, just really good cross-map play. K does go down, so they do find some answer, and Young has been the hope in most of the games where Conviction haven't been able to pick up the win. That is the Spellbook Ghost.
Magnet Storm out of 2, TP incoming. This is K trying to rejoin the fight. Shows up, looks for Tomio, going to have the Counter-Strike running, kicked back away by Tenacity, and they can't get onto Zyko, at least not enough to deal the damage they need. Conviction will get their members out after having picked Bounty. Again, another little bit of relief, but it comes at the same time that they're losing even more bottom side as Aojun cleans up a turret.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items as K continues pushing the advantage. We've got Rocket Belt coming out for Cho'Gath, which means that there's virtually no frontline available on Conviction Esports, which means that Smolder is going to cut through you. Aurelia Jack's going to absolutely annihilate you. There's like no chance that they can hold the line long enough for Xayah to get out a meaningful number of feathers. I feel like it's going to be on the shoulders of Zyko to hold back Dorado Gaming long enough to allow the rest of his team to get in a good position. We're seeing another fight over the Rift Herald now. A little bit above half HP.
Knockup found onto K. They're going to be able to get the chain CC onto him, but they just don't have the damage. Tomio finally going to be able to find a feast and does get the execution that time as Meech arrives to the scene as well. But now Meech might be kind of done for. He's got to get himself a flash over the wall. Does do it in time. This Rift Herald should still belong to Dorado, even with the pick having gone over to the side of Conviction.
And without the feast, without the smite, Conviction are going to back away from this objective. But once again, the double supports plus Daisy are trying to hit that objective. Young walking down, not yet on vision, but coming away from a wave. They knew it, but he opts not to contest it. Ivern will be able to secure that Herald with Daisy by his side. Taking a look at some item completions, we've got Bork for Aojun plus 2 recurve bows. I think Wit's End is going to be the pickup with that Negatron cloak in inventory. Meech still, never mind, has the Yuntals, and now Key, they are trying to die, but here comes Bounty.
Okay, trying to fight back here, but yeah, the CC not quite connecting for Tomio and Zyko. With the help of Bounty, K can hold this. He has spent a lot of time grouping up with the team, looking for these picks. He's gotten killed himself a couple of times, and that has let Tenacity get back caught up in farm. It's not enough to give Tenacity kill pressure, though, at least not at this stage. And Tenacity's still a ways away until he's going to be able to accomplish much of anything. Felt like he really wanted to try to snowball this lane earlier on. Now he's going to be in kind of that mid to late game Lee Sin territory where he's really just looking for a big Dragon's Rage play.
And Sushi still looking to stack up. Is at least 125 at this point. Has those 3 extra fireballs coming out and working towards a BF item second, not going for the Spear of Shojin. Wants to get some more flat damage. Young, good reaction.
Bounty. Young outpaces it all and gets out of there with the phase rush. A whiffed Magnet Storm as Young is just a little bit too quick on his feet.
He has been what they need this game. Was their best hope last game. This Victor has to scale up, has to get those upgrades. But if you look at the CS, Aojun just absolutely dominating in this 1v1. Has been laning into Tenacity for a little bit on the side lane as well. And Tomio is on a good flank here.
It's a good flank in appearance, but will it result in a fight that they can win? Meech takes a huge chunk from a Sushi there. And Tomio, playing some Spectator League of Legends, sees what Dardock is doing and looking for an engage now on towards Bounty. Tenacity arrives to the scene as well. And yeah, Bounty does have nowhere left to go. They will give this kill over to Tomio. Another set of permanent stacks for this Cho'Gath.
It is permanent stacks, but they're going to have to find a way to find some sort of permanent advantage from that kill, because their top lane inner is being pushed. Their bot lane is getting pushed out by K. So yeah, you get the kill onto the Rel. You get a stack of Feast for Cho'Gath, but nothing more than that means you're still just down 5k. You're still mostly getting outscaled. You have to try and turn those kills, those number advantages, into permanent advantages across the map. And Tenacity trying to match K, it's just not going to happen. You've got to try to overforce somewhere, overload a lane like you did the jungle. Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Rift Herald dropped mid lane. This turret goes down. The amount of pressure they can exert on the map would be extraordinary.
Absolutely. Herald leading the charge in mid, should be able to pick up this turret. Does do so. Opens up the map a little bit more for Dorado. Gives them the chance to be able to move in through mid lane and towards this jungle. Keeping the pressure on Tomio. We are 15 seconds away from the next dragon. We expect that Dorado will be looking to contest there, especially with this vision gained in mid lane, with this control that taking down the turret does grant them. They're going to move their way down towards the bottom river. Otacon spawning up here now as well.
It's going to be interesting to see how Conviction play out this section of the game when there are 2 objectives on the map. Are they going to just look to trade? Well, they can't. They're on the same side of the map. So they try and just fight with those objectives down there. Do they ignore the other side of the map? Do they give one of them for that top outer turret? I'm wondering how they communicate what their plans are. That's something that's come up over the course of the series, but we've never really stopped to actually talk in depth. Zyko now on the squad means the comms have maybe improved a little bit, but on the other side, you've got Dardock leading the charge, so much experience, as we've mentioned, knows how to play every situation because he's been in every situation. Does such a good job rallying these kids around him, and Conviction seem to have had a couple moments where they were indecisive.
The Magnet Storm comes on through. Vanguard's Edge connects onto 3. It's Aojun into the back line. Meech and Tomio are picked off. Young will be finished off by Sushi. And Dorado White find the fight they've been looking for. Tenacity does not arrive in time, and it might not even matter if he did. Dragon will go towards Dorado as they push their lead even further.
Psycho did everything he can as they continue. Oh, the flash into the wall. Insult to injury as Tenacity will try and make his way out, but it is too little, too late. Sushi's got his execute now, and Aojun was charmed for what felt like forever, but he applied the passive stacks onto everyone. That fervor allowed him to go forward, kill the backline immediately. They're just so fed, and Infinity Edge for Smolder on top of the 225 stacks hitting. It's desperation time for Conviction, and I mean, they don't really have many places to turn.
Many opportunities just dwindling away here for Conviction. Dorado cement themselves a massive lead. The extra experience from that Otacon, the extra gold from the kills, 7,500 in their favor here at 22.5 minutes into the game. Near a flame horizon for Aojun. We'll keep one eye on that one, as this guy has come to play against one of the most long-hyped prospects in NA mid-tier 2. Young not able to piece it together on the Victor this game, and another, making a pair of massive performances from Aojun to pull Dorado White into a position to win this series.
I mean, I feel like most prospects in every single sport, you've got a window of time where you can show you're ready for the top level. Young playing extremely well this series, even in the losses, but Aojun, as you said, he's here to say, your window's closed, mine is opened. I am here to promote, to play, to win. Moving across the map so effectively. Baron's not even on the map for another minute and a half, but they are sieging these turrets down, and Dardoch giving them so much coverage. Don't have push in the mid lane. That's where K is going. He is trying to grab that up so that they can continue this push in the top side. Now mid-inner under threat from the Jax, who will just tear through that turret. And good, they're taking the inside track now so that Conviction can't get down there to stop them.
Ooh, Bounty pulls the trigger onto just Tenacity. Tenacity loses a lot for it, is nearly going to burn down, and K will flash forward to finish him. A pick onto just the top laner, but that's all Dorado needs to keep advancing forward. Redemption going to try to heal up some of these health bars just a little bit. Tomio doing his best to play in the front line. K taking some harassment from Young and Meech. Sushi is low as well in the play, so the rest of Dorado will choose to back away, but they get what they came for. It's a tower and a kill.
They can easily just reopen onto the map for Baron. It'll make those pushes so much more effective. And you see the composure coming out of Dorado Gaming. They recognized after they sent K to go on that push mid lane that Victor's wave clear was just too strong, as well as Cho'Gath, Xayah, just such ability to clear out those minions. So they say, all right, let's wait for him to clear out the next wave, and then we'll take the enemy jungle to mid lane so that they can't stop us from pushing. They get the kill onto Tenacity after the dive through mid, and they just get the inner turret and they leave. They recognize that there are bigger buffs left on the map. Closing out this game cleanly is very important for their chances. They are very far ahead, but obviously you don't want to throw it all away as K dealing a ton of damage to Young. Teleports are coming through though.
Yeah, K going to be the focus here, but he is able to get himself out with a nice leap strike, and Aojun is TP'd in behind enemy lines, gets forward on towards Tenacity. Vanguard's Edge comes on across, but Aojun's getting melted down too fast. Shut down goal given over to Young, but a 4-man Magnet Storm from Bounty will be perfectly followed up by by Sushi and K. A triple kill to Sushi, and he's looking to make it a quadra kill. Dorado White find an ace for Aojun's life, and they're gonna look to close out this series, Jack.
Bounty earned his namesake. Aojun, the sacrificial lamb, goes in, tanks up all the damage, the focus, the ultimates.
They're really not going to end.
No,
they're going to go to Baron.
Like I said, they want it to be safe. They want it to be safe as possible, and Bounty hitting an incredible Magnet Storm, and with this Baron in their pocket, they're not going to make the mistake that was made earlier in the series. Waiting for Aojun to be alive to take the Baron. Now all 5 members having that buff up and available. Hullbringer picked up for the Aurelia. Obviously Q does proc on hit effects. So you see Aojun gets kicked into turret range, taking a ton of extra damage. But just as soon as he walks back and then flashes before turning his character in that direction so that there's no tell that it's going to happen. The enhanced Q from Smolder allows them to get those immediate kills, and then the turn on to Tomia. It's incredibly well played. That's why you first pick the Rel, ladies and gentlemen, because you got a kid like Bounty able to show off that much.
And I don't watch CV LOL, so I don't know what happened with Bounty's stints in CV LOL, but Brazil is missing out right now, man, because this guy is insane. And I am so excited to see more from him in the coming days. It's looking like he's about to staple himself a spot in a grand finals. Sushi just one-shot Young from across the map. Tenacity doing his best in the back line, but he's not going to last very long either. It's a double kill to Sushi, and this is a Smolder pentakill opportunity if I've ever seen one, and Sushi wants it. They flash forward towards him, but the barrier lets him stay standing. Quadra kill once again to Sushi. Can he finish it off? It looks like the game won't even give him the quadra, so they're gonna have to settle for the series. Dorado White 3-2 will qualify for the grand finals and will play Milk on Friday.
Unbelievable play from Dorado. They stuck through it the entire series. There were moments where it looked like they were out. That first game was a smash. The second game, it just felt like they had gotten a clean draft. They go down 1-2 and they pull it back last game. They withstood Zyko coming back in, and it felt like Conviction really found their form again with that veteran leader being there. But just Dardoch prevails. Sushi, I mean, we thought Aojun was doing a lot. Their 41k is unbelievable when they needed it most. Like you said, Smolder appears. They trusted themselves, they trusted their comp, their players, and they played their style to perfection.
Absolutely. And I mean, after looking like they might be done for after game number 3, such great closeouts from Conviction in games 1 and games 3. So well played by them. It really felt like they might be able to just take this kind of solo lane prowess that they had been demonstrating and win out. But yeah, Sushi and Aojun playing at such peak levels these back 2 games, from the Diana Kog'Maw in game number 4 to this Irelia Smolder in game number 5. Everybody coalescing around them to make themselves play at their peak level. I'm so excited to see this Dorado White team in the finals. And yeah, it's a great comeback story. They've been in the lower bracket for a while. They faced Milk plenty early in the upper bracket, so they have had to make a run all the way through their sister team. They had to play a 5-game series against Maryville to get to this series. Now playing another 5-game series. That's 10 games in their last 2 for those doing quick math at home. And now they get their extra shot at Milk. They get to play them one more time.
Those games paid off. I mean, they have so much experience. They get down to game 5, and Tenacity's playing Lee Sin top, and they look like they're as comfortable as ever on Aurelia mid. You got Smolder coming out here, and this is a series where it's hard. 5 games are always hard to give out MVPs, and I usually like to look at the losses to see who performed even when they were down. But I think, Aojun had his moments. K played great in this last game. Bounty had huge engages. Obviously, Sushi was doing so much damage. But the Rock all series long, all season long, I think Dardoch really did such a good job driving them, directing them, and in this game, enabling all of his stars to play so well. I think I'd have to give it to Dardoch. When they all play like that, it's that leadership bringing them through.
Absolutely. As gonna find out if we can get ourselves a little post-match interview here. Think we are. Okay, maybe we are gonna have K. We'll see if we can figure that one out here. I do want to give a quick shout out to Conviction though. A great tournament from them, a great winner's side run from them up until the loss to Milk in the winner's side finals. They did, of course, lose their jungler to the LCS partway through. Tomio did a great job filling in, but they did start this season with Kryra. And all these players, put together a hell of a performance over their time. Really happy to have Meech back in the scene. According to rumors, sounds like we might have him back in Tier 2 next year as well. And the whole crew put on a great performance as well. So shout out to Conviction for a great tournament run, third place, nothing to be ashamed of. And we're going to have an interview with K here. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back as we are joined by Dorado White K. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL, where we are joined by Dorado White's K fresh off a 3-2 Game 5 win. Huge Jax game there to qualify for the grand finals. Congratulations, Kay.
Thank you very much. I mean, huge just game, but I think it was the only one that was at least decent. But yeah, I mean, W for the team that got the win, that got me there. And I have some technical issues, but yeah, it's good to keep moving forward to the next stage.
Good stuff. I want to start off by asking about you joining up with this team a little bit later in the season. How has it been, trying to integrate with this team when the split has already kind of been underway for a while? They played out about half the season with Ariana, and you come in for the playoffs. What's the run been like, and how's it been gelling with the squad since you joined up a little later?
It wasn't that hard, being honest. Like, they told me that if I wanted to play with them, since Ariana had to go back to his home country, I think. So, since these guys are really good, there wasn't any problem for me to fit in or to get the things like in order. So yeah, I think it was pretty easy. Those guys are really enjoyable. Like, we laugh a lot, we chill a lot in between games. So I think it was pretty easy.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of feel that camaraderie when you guys are playing, and especially in a game 5 like this, you had all of us thrown for a loop, didn't know where anything was going, and seemed to kind of throw off conviction a little bit. When you're in that draft, and you got Aurelia's in there, Jax is in there, you're taking the Jax, and then you see Cho'Gath on the other team. When do you realize that you're going up against Lee Sin, and how do you kind of readjust to be like, all right, this is how this lane's going to go?
I mean, I'm somewhere Jax OTP. Like, I've been playing Jax too much time. I know every cheese pig in top. Like, I have faced every cheese pig that you can imagine. So I knew that the lane is pretty good for Jax, and his windows to play the lane are very few compared to mine. So I thought it will be harder if they send the Cho'Gath top, but since in draft we know like who is going where, so it was pretty stable. And by the draft, the moment we picked Smolder and they didn't have a real threat to Smolder, we were just like vibing. Like, it was just, okay guys, Smolder never dies here, so we automatically won the game.
Good stuff. Yeah. So you faced off against Tenacity tonight, who's really hyped up as kind of one of the best top laners in NA Tier 2. You're going to be playing in the finals up against Hoarder, who is also gotten a lot of hype over the course of this last year, especially his first year in Tier 2. Any thoughts on that matchup and what you're going to be looking for in that one-on-one?
Yeah, I mean, first, for Tenacity, it was sad that I couldn't like see well like how he plays, because as I said before, I couldn't play in the best conditions. But yeah, it was fun at least. And against Hoarder, we already matched them. There is no like much excitement for me to say. It's normal. I think he's good. He's solid, but yeah, no, not like big excited for the match. It's more like excited to play the games and see how they goes. Like last time was a BO3, and now that this time is a BO5, it's gonna be much fun. We are gonna see a lot of shit like Seth and Irelia and shit like that.
Yeah, and I want to ask more specifically about you than the team. I mean, you have been showing up like everywhere the last half of this year. I mean, I'm glad to get to talk to you here because I cast a combine you did with these two orgs, and you played almost every single game. So I want to know about your sort of motivations the second half of the year. You've had a ton of opportunities, and what you're doing to try and make the most of them all.
Yeah. You see me almost everywhere because I almost most of the time I will say that I take every opportunity that I have to keep playing. Like I really enjoy playing in a competitive environment or somewhere competitive. So I do like when I get those type of invitations. So I keep playing, and all of this just because I feel that I get rusty very easily. Like I need to keep keeping the engine, like keep it on the trail over and over, or am I gonna get rusty in the things that I think that I'm good at? So, in my main focus, yeah, get the more practice, the more time as I can get to try to get LCS or CBLO, like whatever comes first.
Love it. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Kay. Appreciate your time. Congratulations once again on the win. Last word will go to you. Anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we close out the stream for the night?
First, shout out to my team. Like, I don't know, those guys are the goats. They literally play with one team member less and they fucking nailed it. So, shout out to them. Good job, guys. Shout out to my girlfriend that she's always there, no matter when, supporting, no matter if I'm fucking running it down every single game. She's always throwing the good vibes. So, nice. And shout out to my family.
That's
And to
awesome.
my
Thanks so much, Kay.
girlfriend.
Appreciate your time, man. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning on in. Reminder about Zen Market. Codes are code Aegis for 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. Aegis 25 to get 25% off your first purchase. We will be back. Current plan is Friday for the finals. If there's any reschedules, stay tuned. We'll keep you updated on the Discord and on the Twitter. And can't wait for that grand final to close on out the ACL split. It will be Dorado Gaming White facing off against Milk Esports to crown ourselves our next ACL champion. We will see you there, but until then, have yourselves a great night. For myself, Jack, and Caddy on Prod. Until next time.
Goodbye.
Bro, just use Zen Market.